And lazy,
Okay, I'll give you mine.
and I'll put them back on your desk.
Thank you.
Hey! So Ryan, while I got you, I need to get my name on my phone.
Chief, there you go, Chief.
Thank you. I will return them, I promise.
I know it's turning on, but I don't know. I didn't have you. Oh, that.
Yeah, I think let's go. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. I'm Melinda.
I was like that downstairs. Oh my goodness. They had the heat on. I'm like, what are you guys thinking? Let the church say yes. I just told Councilwoman David, I said, I hope tonight is not long. I can't endure long ones.
Keep hoping. I think it's gonna be a little ugly.
A little. Ryan, you get to leave when the public portion is done?
We're gonna stay probably until 8:30. As long as everything's working okay.
Hi there. How are you? Yes, I found my way back to Oz.
Madam Clerk,
We're gonna try to make it quick.
We have to, Mr. Ming? Mr. Ming? We're ready. Mr. Ming, we're ready when you are. You ready? Okay, we're ready. Okay. Council President, I think Mr. Ming is ready. You may begin, sir.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. This meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council. Thank you, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting March 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton. Here. Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present.
Councilman Mims.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present.
Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer is Reverend Dr. Janita Matthews Chillis, Associate Pastor from Canaan Baptist Church, and the senior pastor is Reverend Barry Graham. And then the Honorable Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton will lead us in the flag salute. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer. Thank you.
Most holy and gracious God, we come first, God, just humbling ourselves to say thank you. Thank you for another day, oh God, that you have given us of grace and of mercy. God, we just ask right now, oh God, that you be in the midst of this council meeting, oh God. Touch each person here, oh God. Allow them to be guided by your presence and your spirit, oh God. Father God, we just pray right now for the city of Paterson, oh God. Father God, we just ask right now, oh God, that you cover those that have been victimized, oh God. Father God, we just ask right now that you touch each councilwoman, each councilman, everyone that is here right now, oh God. God, we bring this meeting under submission to you. We thank you right now, God, for what you're going to do in this city and these surrounding cities, oh God. God, we ask right now, oh God, that you touch each one here, touch their families, oh God. Father, give them a mind to hear, oh God, an ear to hear and a mind to receive, oh God. We thank you right now for order. We thank you, oh God, for your guidance. We thank you, oh God, for we know that you have purpose in this place. We thank you and we receive it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
We now have the flag salute, Councilwoman. One.
We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date March 23rd, 2021, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Madam Clerk, there's an item you want us to add to the agenda, correct?
Yes, to be added, yes, sir.
Could we entertain that right now?
Sure, Mr. President. I'll just have Phyllis just hand it out to the council members. At this time, we have an item to be added to the agenda. The following resolution is also scheduled for your consideration at the regular meeting of the Municipal Council to be held on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, 155 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 3rd floor. Item to be voted on the regular meeting agenda of Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. Resolution, item number 59. Resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registrations for Fast Pat LLC of 35 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. City Clerk, Resolution 21170.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, Council President, motion, I didn't get it.
So move.
Councilman Velez
Thank you.
moved.
Thank you.
Second by,
Councilman Mendez seconded.
okay.
Councilman Jackson want to entertain a discussion. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I requested some items before some of these taxi cab items came up. Were we able to,
The pictures?
correct?
Yeah, we have them.
We have all the pictures,
Yes, we have the,
time stamped?
we have the pictures.
Where are they?
Phyllis has them, she's gonna hand them out.
We don't have them digital? They haven't been scanned and,
He scanned them and we had to print them out.
I got it.
Council President, this, Councilman Jackson, if I may, we're voting this item onto the agenda. We are not taking action on the resolution yet, just to vote it onto the agenda.
I
Because
understand
it
that.
came in late.
it needs a unanimous vote, correct?
Excuse me?
It needs a unanimous vote?
No, don't have to have unanimous vote to vote this on.
To add it on in.
It's just to add this item onto the agenda. It was not listed on the agenda when I mailed out the agenda on Friday. It came in this afternoon, and with Council President approval, any of these taxi cabs that is not adopted tonight will be out of business, that their license with the city expires on the 31st of March.
I
There
understand.
will not be any other meeting.
I understand that, Madam Clerk. I was under the impression that if an item had not been published and it was in need to be voted on the day of the meeting, it requires a unanimous vote to be voted on the agenda.
Yes, you're correct, yes.
Okay.
That was my understanding
So that's
as
the
well.
reason for my questioning
Oh, for your
prior
question,
to,
I'm sorry.
because I don't want to,
Oh, that's the reason, okay, I understand.
so these photographs here, which are not time-stamped as I requested specifically, are these photographs of this one item that we're voting on now, to vote on the agenda?
I'm not, that one is Fast Pat, I'm not sure. The taxi inspector is here. I asked him to attend to answer some of those. Because they came in last minute.
So, and again, if these items are not approved today, they have to cease doing business as
Yes.
of when?
by the 31st of March.
by the 31st of March.
31st of
So why are these items coming to us at such late notice, such a late hour? Do we have any discussions or any concerns? I mean, I'll let it rest there, Madam Clerk.
Do you want to answer that question, Madam Clerk?
What was it? What was it,
Why
Councilman?
are the items coming in so late?
Councilman Jackson, I really can't answer for the taxi companies. I'm just assuming, and it's a bad word to assume, that due to the COVID, this is the first time we have renewal of taxi cabs, and they came in, pretty much all of them were late at this time. So I think because they had some hardship during the COVID, maybe that, I am not speaking for them, but I do believe I have some concerns, maybe because of money.
I understand that, Madam Clerk, but it makes it very difficult for me specifically to continue to support items when I know that we have a great deal of neglect going around. I was recently told by one of the city employees that the ordinance needs to be addressed, that the taxi cabs can park wherever they want to overnight. And I was also told that an officer said that it's not illegal for a cab to park. So what is the purpose of us having a provision where it is required for every cab to have a designated off-street parking space, and I have 9 taxi cabs parking on my block? It's specifically outlined in the ordinance that requires, in order for their license to be approved, and it's not this one company, this is just across the board. I have cabs parking overnight all over the place, but it's requesting for a unanimous vote, which means it needs my support to get on the agenda to even have a discussion. I don't want to curtail anyone's ability to do business, but this is becoming a habitual scenario here. Another, gross negligence by the administration of lack of enforcement, where we have cabs parking all over the place, taking up critical parking spaces for residents. I mean, I'm finding it very difficult to continue this. We're in, I have no idea what year we are in now with this thing, but it's this is every year. So, I mean, if you care to move forward, then please do.
Mr. President, if I
Thank
may.
you. Yep.
Councilman Jackson, all the taxi cabs companies has a CCO that to show where they park these cars. I can't answer why we have a taxi inspector here tonight, maybe who works diligently with those taxi companies. Maybe he can give a better explanation. But I know there's a CCO to show where that location, they can park X amount of cars there. They all have a parking area separate, not on the street.
So,
I understand that, Madam. I'm sorry, Council President. I'll wrap it here. I understand that, and clearly, and I'm confident that you do your job in making sure that all of these companies that come before us, they have lease agreements. I don't know, we saw some of the contracts, especially specifically outlining the parking authority agreements, but just because they have lease agreements doesn't mean they utilize the spaces and they're parking on the street. We know this. This is a known issue around the city. Why am I the only person that's saying this is a problem? We have a shortage of parking, and particularly in the first ward, you got cabs parking everywhere, disregarding the law. This is a law. The council makes a law for it to be enforced, for it to be followed, and it's not. But we continuously every year, and then I specifically, I spoke to you and I spoke to the gentleman. I asked for timestamp photographs of the vehicles. These photographs could have been last year, 2 years ago. I don't know when they are.
I sent it in an email to the director for the taxi.
And this is only a fraction. I don't even see the specific company that, that I see one company in the back, but I don't see if it has a current inspection sticker or a current decal for parking. Anyway, I apologize. I'll rest.
So, council members, could we vote to either add this item or to refuse to add it? And then when it comes to the voting on these items for the taxi companies, then we reinitiate the conversation again. So, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay, yes, Mr. President. Roll call to vote item number 59 on the regular meeting agenda of Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
So, Mr. President, once we have a no, then the voting stops. So this item will not be able to be voted onto the agenda.
Okay, so,
Council President?
so, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Velez, we're not gonna, we're gonna discuss this item further, or it's already failed?
And I know it's failed, but we had to understand what we're doing here at one point. This is time sensitive, the license, though he had to stop operating.
Councilman, that was made clear at the beginning. Councilman Jackson asked that question specifically, and that, we all voted knowing what we're voting on. So let's just continue with the agenda, if you don't mind. I don't want to be disrespectful, but just wanted to, don't want to prolong the meeting.
Yes, yes, sir.
So, Madam Clerk, at this time, before we take the payment of bills, we're gonna have some presentations by Councilwoman Mims and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. And so, as the community is aware or may not be aware, there is an ordinance that has been adopted by this council to honor the employees of the month. And so, due to the pandemic, we were not in the council chambers in the month of February, which was the first month that we launched this program. And so, I spoke with Council President and asked if we can hold it off until we came into the chambers. And I just want to acknowledge the February Employees of the Month. This resolution was adopted by the council on February 16, 2021, and it was unanimous. So I want to I will call the names first, and then after I call the names, if you'll just come this way, and we'll give you citations and just fist pump, whatever we call it. You know what it's called. Everyone, just come through this way and go around. Mr. Ryan Foote from IT.
Hey, Ryan.
Battalion Chief Michael Tromelin. Chief Operator Letitia Howe. Don't come yet because I have to give you the citation. So just wait a minute. Don't come yet. I'm gonna call the names first. Oh, you're giving them? Okay, that's good. Okay. Director Ryan Foote has went. Clarence Anderson.
All right.
Mr. Robert Baycoat. Roger King. Giselle Sanchez. Alec Witherspoon. Miss Anita Davis.
All right.
Mr. Larry Lawson. Lynn Regu. Miss Iverlyn Rodriguez. Tanae Joyner. And Beverly Valentine. Congratulations to all of our employees of the month for the month of February.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. We're done. Councilwoman Cotton, you ready?
let me just say good evening to everyone out there. As you know, Councilman Jackson walked out again, but I just want to thank him again for allowing me to take March as in his spot for Women's Month. And I just wanted to do something special for women in our community, and I know that be here at our city council meetings. And I just want to present some flowers. I did present some 2 weeks ago, but I didn't get everybody that I need. So, and I want to say to all the women out there, I do wish you all a happy Women's Month. There's a lot that we do, and for women out there, you know, we all must be together, stay together to get everything done. I'm fortunate to have my two councilwomen with me, Councilwoman at Large, Marissa Davila, and then Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lisa Mills. But my first one that I want to present is to Reverend Dr. Janae Charles Matthew. And I said, you know what? It's a good thing when you can call people at the last minute and they'll come. And that's what is so important and is so valuable to people. And I just want to present these flowers to you for Women's Month. And let you know that I love you dearly. Oh, I got the wrong one. That I love you dearly. That I love you dearly, and I want to wish you a happy Women's Month. Thank you. Thank you so much. My next person is our secretary, Phyllis Raleigh, who's secretary to everybody, all 9 of us. And I want to wish her a happy Women's Month. She's working this meeting tonight, so I just want to give that to her. Oh, you're quite welcome. As I stated before, all the secretaries, everybody's secretaries, no matter who, whatever you need them to do, they will do it for all of us. My next person is our chief of staff here for the mayor's office. Our chief of staff, Della McCall Fisher. I want to wish you a happy Women's Month. And this is for you, and I want you to know that we love you dearly here. And the last one, and nobody ever noticed that she's here, but she's not downstairs with us no more because she's upstairs. And the lady who got to keep the notes for our meetings and do the minutes and do everything. So this is for Melinda.
Oh, you want to do it in the morning?
Melinda Lopez. Stand up. That's our. She's our stenographer for all of our meetings and keeping notes and everything. And I want to say to you, I know sometimes it's really hard for you to do, but I see that you still do it. And I just want to say from all of us here at the City Council, we appreciate you, we love you, and God bless you. Thank you. And so when you leave, you get your flowers. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're going to take the bills list right now, Madam Clerk.
Payment of bills? Yes, Mr. President.
Payment
Yes,
of bills.
Next item, payment of bills.
Ready?
Payment, we're ready?
Yes.
Okay. And so right before payment of bills, I just want to say to our councilwomen on this city council, I definitely appreciate you, and you are pearls. And so tonight, I made sure that our women receive pearls. So for Women's History Month, wear them. All of our women of the city clerk and the secretary's office, your flowers were already delivered, thanks to Mr. Sharif Bug and his selling of tulips. So I appreciate that. So payment of bills are as follows. We have our payment of bills in the amount of $6,378,498.87. There's no payments to the county and nothing to the school district, but there are payments to Roselli. I make the motion, Council President.
Motion by Councilwoman Mims. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $6,378,498.87. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Was there a payment to, So, once again, and let me, I'm not gonna call her by name, but one of my favorite residents on Jefferson Street in corner of North Sixth called me from yesterday, and the entire area was not picked up. Director, I know I spoke with you about it, or I sent you a message about it, and this is just further neglect that the residents of the city must take in the face, or on the chin, so to speak, because this garbage company has failed and continues to fail to render the level of service that we deserve. And because of that, as I've done for the past several years, I stand in protest of any bills or any checks being written to this company. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Mims?
When work is done, people deserve to get paid. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 against. Payment of bills in the amount of $6,378,498.87 is hereby adopted.
Council President, there's a payment of bills for COVID in the amount of $8,853.83. The invoices and purchase orders are attached to the list. I make the motion, Council President.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
President.
Council
Discussion?
President. Discussion, please.
Councilman Jackson.
As I have not been privy to the discussion in the Finance Committee, can we get a brief overview on what we're paying for?
Sure, Council President. Thank you.
Yes, Madam VA.
This is, the majority of the bills list for COVID is related to cleaning expenses. So it's for equipment purchased from Granger. You see that the invoices are attached. So a lot of it is, and it's also related to the ambulances and the UV lights that are used for decontamination.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to commend the administration. Last week, I expected that the bill description will be more detailed. I see it, that they have it a real detail at this time with pounds, date, and deliveries. So I'm well satisfied with this payment of bills for COVID. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to payment of bills COVID-19 in the amount of $8,853.83. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes. No.
Councilman Mims?
As previously stated, when work is done and items have been purchased, they deserve to get paid. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I know at this point we're in roll call, so we passed the moment for discussion. But this is the examples that I'm referring to. It just says equipment purchase, $1,500. Equipment purchase, $2,300. It doesn't specifically outline what equipment was purchased. This is the entire bill. This is the $8,000 right here, $880. Okay, I apologize. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Just gonna make a quick comment before my vote. It's pertaining to the previous bills list that we also voted on. I want to know what we're doing. Is there a clause in Roselli's contract stating what happens when they just don't pass and pick up the garbage? Because there is a few blocks in the 6th Ward that they failed to pick up the garbage this weekend. And so what is the consequences to them? And again, we're not going to go back and forth. I'm in the middle of roll call, but I just want to bring it, shed light to this and let the administration know that this is happening. Corporation counsels here, we need, if we don't have a clause in there, we need to put a clause in there that when things like this happen, we're going to have to reduce, the amount of their contract by an amount that could be associated with them not providing those services. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Payment of bill for COVID-19 in the amount of $8,853.83 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
At this time, we're going to have a presentation by the administration pertaining to a request made by the council a while back pertaining to the sewer utility and its billing. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. First, with your permission, I'd like to take the time to introduce to members of the Municipal Council and the members of the general public, those in attendance and those watching at home, our new Corporation Counsel, who is highly respected, well-credentialed, and comes from a distinguished family. I know he's made it a point to reach out to every council member to introduce himself, but at this time I'd like to introduce to everyone, Ayman Abushi. Welcome aboard. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity that you afforded me to deliver this presentation. I first want to start by saying I come in peace. I'm not here to fight against any council person. I'm here to fight with you for the residents we represent. And I will concede that it wasn't a perfect process when we rolled it out. And there's always an opportunity to improve based on anything that we introduce, because you said in the past, Council President, this administration likes to do things differently. Well, we've done something different, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't without any errors. And so I come here with that concession, but also with a recommendation and asking humbly for a reconsideration and juxtaposing near-term solutions versus long-term consequences. And so we've already engaged Moonshot Missions, which is a water and sewer rate expert. And we anticipate a report by the week of April 19th. And I just wanted to spell out, and just keeping it positive, of course, that if the utility remains in effect, the city can make amendments to the ordinance based on the suggestions from the study. If the utility remains in effect, our transitional aid wouldn't be impacted, nor would we have to be penalized for any reason. If the utility remains in effect, Moody's can provide an updated report, and there would be no longer that material credit negative development that they've already identified. If the utility remains in effect, we can most likely proceed to appear before the local finance board for a bond ordinance approval in April, and that will include a sewer utility in order to proceed with emergency and non-emergency sewer work, if able to schedule a vote at a special meeting. If the utility remains in effect, we can send out sewer bills for 2 quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2 of 2021, which are necessary for cash flows this time of this year's city's budget. And finally, if the utility remains in effect, we can move to introduce a budget in April. Now, as far as the sewer utility review is concerned, Moonshot Mission's scope of work and what they are doing is they're reviewing and offering comments on the Reftelis report that was prepared previously for the City Council in November of 2018. And they'll also provide recommendations concerning an equitable structure, including but not limited to an analysis of relative equity between the previous flat structure and the current volume-based rate structure. And they'll also ensure that its recommendations concerning rates are consistent with New Jersey regulations and Paterson's economic requirements. They'll also review New Jersey state statutes governing connection fees, and based on the statute and Paterson relevant financial information, will provide Paterson with a recommendation as to a connection fee schedule. Also provide recommendations concerning the equity and financial considerations associated with charging a stormwater fee for impervious surface. Finally, with the sewer utility. Okay. Finally, with the sewer utility review, Moonshot Missions will have specific potential ordinance amendments which we requested to be reviewed. Many are supported by the Municipal Council. So they'll be looking at how much we have to increase residential fixed rate if we took away volumetric, that volumetric part of billing. So increase from 224 to whatever they recommend for a single family. If we kept the hybrid, fixed plus volume, then increase fixed rate aspect, so volume counts for less on the bill, and thus being more predictable. For example, maybe move from 224 to 300 and then have a volumetric charge. Then increase the point of usage where the city starts charging on volume. Currently, the first 33 CCF of 25,000 gallons of water usage is not charged for sewer usage. What are financial implications? They'll be looking at that if we charge all residential same fixed rate regardless of meter size. Example, every house has same base rate before volume, no matter if 5/8 or 1 or 2. And what are the best practices around houses that have separate meters for irrigation or pools? What language can we put in the ordinance to allow for permits for this so it's taking off our sewer bill? Again, I want to state the Moonshot missions began work on Monday, March 8th, and the anticipated report should be ready by the week of April 19th. Thank you, Council President.
Council
Madam
President.
BA, do you want to add anything to, no?
Council
So,
President.
Councilwoman, right after, I'm just going to say something. So, Madam BA, Mayor, just relay the message to this company. We have this is the third largest city. We saw already what took place with the first company that we hired. Now you at least have a database to input whatever new rate you decide or this company decides to recommend. They have they have data now to input to see how it's going to affect the residents. So that's just a recommendation. I know you had numbers up there, but just let me remind everyone also, when we created the utility, everyone should have expected an increase because you actually moved money. You moved from the taxes. You were supposed to move about $6-7 million from your budget, which is part of the levy, and move it into the utility, right? So no one's sewer should have gone down based on creating a utility. So I just wanted to let you know, because once someone's bill goes down, someone else have to pick it up. So just relate all the messages, all the concerns that we have to this company, which are the concerns of the people that have reached out to us. Councilwoman Mims.
So just to add to this, I'm grateful to see something tangible in front of us. But I just want to add, and I know we've had offline discussion regarding putting in place code identifiers for some of those residents that live in one-family homes that are being charged as commercial buildings. So I don't see that touched on, so can we just make sure that there's a comment? I know the mayor's putting his hand up.
Yes.
But can we touch on those code identifiers for those residents as we do, which is something that's immediate versus this waiting until the 19th?
Thank you, Council President Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor.
The business administrator and I had that conversation today relative to meter size with the code identifiers in mind, so that is something that will be incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted it on record.
Okay, so, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So is this report that was spoken about available for the review?
It'll be finished by April 19th.
So are we voting on this tonight?
We're voting on a reconsideration.
No, we're voting on the reconsideration of the vote that we took against the veto. If that passes, then we have to take a vote once again against the veto, against the mayor's veto.
So that's where my concern continues, and it's an arm wrestling match in a way in which the mayor, Mr. Mayor, chooses to, instead of providing information that the council would consider, is to play from a position of strength, the veto, as opposed to working collaboratively with this is the first time I've heard any information. I haven't been contacted regarding the best interest of my constituents and the constituents of the city. It's more like, listen, We don't agree with the council's position, so the mayor's gonna veto our vote. And when we have a position to override that, instead of actually creating a scenario, we should have the data that's being spoken about, provided, so we can make a clear, concise judgment on this item instead of rushing it through as we did to begin with. It's obvious it was a gross failure, and without even repairing it, there's a request to, or an effort to veto. So let's undermine the council's concerns. Let's override. Let me use my authority to do the first veto, so to speak. Let me win over a few council members to go along with it, so I don't have the 2/3 vote. And it's just another, I guess it's continue.
Councilman
See what
Abdelaziz.
happens.
Thank you, Council President. So I hope, and I was gonna piggyback what Councilwoman Mims said. It's good that the administration has presented something to the council. At the end of the day, the council did support a utility, and I think we agree a self-sustained utility is what's needed from the vote that we took to create it. Obviously, the rollout had some hiccups, and we're here today, and I'm happy to see this report, that we have sewer experts, and I'm going to just comment to what our former councilman said, Ken Morrison, when we had a discussion. We shouldn't be playing around, or the council shouldn't be saying what the rates are, right? We should tell the company, this is what we want to see, give us the recommendations, let's see from the sewer experts, right? And I see some of the recommendations, a fixed rate. Let the company come back and say, this is what it'll cost if we go fixed rate route. It'll be good that the company gives us multiple options, fixed rate, a hybrid volume or fixed rate, extending or increasing the amount of gallons prior to usage, or the volume usage. So what I do know, I'm not a sewer expert, Council President, I'm gonna wrap up, but I do understand consequences that come along when we take drastic measures. And I can only speak on the taxpayers in the 6th Ward, because that's who I represent, but I'm assuming the taxpayers throughout the city, when the nonprofits gave an extra close to $1 million, more than $1 million towards the sewer utility, which paying their fair share, which would take the burden off of some of the taxpayers, I think giving that back, they're the biggest winners, and the taxpayers are going to get hit, especially in my ward. When I saw that presentation at a house assessed at $190,000, they were getting a tax increase of $200. There is no houses in the 6th Ward assessed at $190,000. We're at $300,000, $350,000. So they're going to get a tax bill just on this for $400, $500. And that's probably across the whole city. So if I may, I hope we could reconsider this. I like to see that you presented the administration. Finally, this is what the council's been asking. And when we fall on deaf ears sometimes, and they have to make this measure. And I understand where my colleagues are coming from. But April 19th, there's a date here. Don't play no games. Let's keep us abreast. Be transparent. Let us know what's happening so we don't get back to where we were. Thank you, Council.
Council President.
Councilman Abdelaziz, I just want to let the administration know, we already tried this one. We let a company, the experts, put this together. Now, we saw what happened. What I'm asking the administration is, once again, I already asked you this earlier, we're not going to leave it just up to the company to present something. We're going to give them what issues. We already had an expert, a company, come in and set some rates. We're going to let this company know what went wrong with those rates that were set. Now, we want them to make the adjustments that we have been recommending. We need them to look into it. Because if they're not willing to address a lot of the issues that are going on, then it defeats the purpose to even hire them. And again, it doesn't end here. Council members think that if we do this and the utility remains, remember, Mayor, and this is not a threat, we're trying to work with you here, but there's a lot of things that you need approval in the future. If you play us with this and our residents continue to be affected, then don't count on my support with anything. I just want to, I think it's fair enough. We're putting confidence in you guys to do the right thing for the residents, not for us, for the residents. So,
Yeah, Council President, if I may,
President.
I just want to
Council
dovetail on
President.
something you said.
can you-
It was just, it's a
Mayor-
direct response. So notice in the first slide, I used the word suggestions made by Moonshot Missions. I use suggestions.
yes,
So-
that's in this report. I want to
Yes.
make sure those
Okay.
suggestions get to the
Very-
company.
Very
actually.
circumspect in what I said.
Council President.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Mims, no, actually, Councilman Mendez asked for the, Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Velez.
All right.
We'll go in that order.
Thank you, Council President, and, for those of you at home and taxpayer, they know that from the day one, I've been very concerned with this, when this sewer utility was created. I was not even at the council, but when I realized our taxpayer, those homeowners received increase on the sewer from 125 all the way up to 500, 580, and $600, those are the same taxpayer that we have. That's an increase. They pay more, and they've been struggling for over 2 years. And a lot of the council members, they've been very vocal about this case, about this situation. I've been the one voting against the sewer utility from the day one as soon as I got here, because it's been unfair what's been going on for over 2 years with our taxpayer. Now, in my position, what I would like to see is that I know that at least we have something after 2+ years requesting and fighting this in favor of our taxpayer. What I would like to see is that having this presentation with some data also on a workshop. I know that we have this item on the agenda to try to overturn our vote, and just for the record, the administration needs 6 votes to return this veto. But that's not the case. What I would like to see is that company and us as a governing body with the administration at a workshop, I say there were a lot of suggestions here, and I'm not planning to move back until we see something solid and concrete. My concern is the question that I have is, I need to see how much money those municipal buildings will be paying. I need to see the school district, how much money they will be paying. And I need to see our homeowners, how much will be the bill. That's my only concern. That's my only concern. And I would like to see, this is the first time I see this presentation, not even by email, but I would like to sit down at the workshop section, all of us, and put those in place and see something solid with data about how a bill is gonna look like for those 2 single family, for the homeowners that we have in the city of Paterson. That's my only request. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Let me make it short and sweet. I made a little bit of notes here. Looking at the reconsideration, near-term solution versus long-term consequence, Moonshot Mission, and sewer utility review with the Moonshot Vision. I know they put an example about raising 224, what they're gonna get, up to what raise they're gonna get. We are not a sewer expert. I don't know what is the line going in until I'm clogging, until I call a plumber in, right? Because I'm not an expert on that. But one thing I have to say that we all here could agree that we are expert in receiving complaints from our taxpayers. That's one thing that nobody could challenge me in receiving complaints about this administration, about the past administration, and hopefully not the future administration. We received those complaints. At the end of the road, the complaints saying, you guys, the city council, approve. And hence that we as a governing body get the hit from the administration of their wrong data doing to move forward with a utility. A failure utility. Because when we see the taxpayers suffering, it ends into any work. So in other words, the administration worked backwards in this. This analysis should be done way before being presented in a challenging position to this administration. Let's be clear. This should be done a year and a half ago when we started saying where is the problem? And everybody started pointing finger to the sewer commission. And then the sewer commission started, oh, that's your data tax office or whatever they doing down there. And then from down there, they send it back and they say, no, it's the size of your meter or your whatever it is, or you using more water, or you flushing the toilet more, et cetera, et cetera. So this analysis should be done way before, and we agree on that. But now we're in the middle of the midst that we challenge the administration. Now, meanwhile, this was going on, the credit card got maxed. The credit card got maxed out. And the debit cards of the taxpayer, the city of Paterson, went overdraft, trying to catch up with their responsibility of something that was imposed from this administration. And now we're going to fix it. Now we're going to sit down and say, we have to start listening to the taxpayer of the city of Paterson. Now, Council President, allow me a couple of minutes, please. Thank you. Now, what I'm afraid is that the mayor just stated that he's going to bring a recommendation, I believe it is, from that. A what?
Council.
Correct. Now, Council President, allow me, please, because when I'm going to do my decision, I want to make clear that my decision is made based on the taxpayers. What's going to happen is that if the administration do not come forward with something that really satisfies the taxpayer of the city of Paterson, you know what's going to happen? Whatever amendment they're going to present us, we're going to go like this. It ain't work. Moon shadow, the moonwalk, or whatever did not work. So you have to get a good idea for our taxpayer in the city of Paterson. And I'm not in political season. I'm not running for office, okay? I'm here in the office, so I had to make sure that things run smoothly, all right? And Mr. Mayor, please, you sitting in that chair, you used to be sitting in this one here. Please, you coming for a election. Don't use this as a political tool. Use it as a tool to benefit the residents of the city of Paterson, making sure when in your campaign trail that I back you up a lot, you was going to stabilize taxes and you was going to make sure that you do the right thing to the residents of Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Les. What I was going to tell you before is that we still have to vote on this twice. So you still was going to get a chance to elaborate more. That was it.
No, I got another speech for that one. That don't work.
Hey, Councilman.
Councilman Khan.
Yeah.
He's in rare form tonight.
I know. Thank you, Council President. I can say that there was many flaws in this sewer bill with this new sewer authority. I know that everyone who called me, I did my best to get it resolved, and most of them that I did get it resolved. But it wasn't from the sewer commission, it was from the water company. The bills were generated like a year behind. Not current year rate, it was the year behind rate, and that's what they kind of based it on. I think everyone out here had heard me say many times that the city budget was picking up all the sewer repairs for the city. I guess we were averaging anywhere from $5 to $6 million just for sewer repairs. We still got these sewer repairs. I have a stack like this of sewer repairs that we need to get done. I said it before, I have alone just in my ward about $2 million worth of sewer repairs. because of what they do is they put the plaque on top of it. I think, you know, they wanted to say you can't continue to use the city budget, meaning taxpayers, to continue footing the bill, and we're never gonna, not say never, hopefully we will. And then you have now the federal government mandating that we figure out how to combine our sewer system. How do you do that? That's billions. And it's what they call long-term control plan. I have gone to several meetings, and what they need is that we need to partnership with cities like Newark and Jersey City that have the same system we have. Everything goes into one. And when they built these cities 200, 300 years ago, they never thought about separating. So now everything is coming in together. The federal government is saying, oh no, we don't want it together no more. You got to separate it. But they're not really giving us all the resources that we need, and we need to try to figure out how do we get these resources. And that's why going to the meetings about CSO, that's what they call it, of how we can work together with cities like Newark, cities like Jersey City, who have, and these are you're talking about the 3 largest cities in the state of New Jersey that all have the same system. You're talking about our engineering department, who has to make sure, and the government, the U.S. government is not, they say they want something filed, they want it filed. They're not giving us no break. Sometimes we be hoping that they can give us like a little bit of time, a little leeway to try to get, but I know our first one was due in October. We got another one that was due in January. And I'm talking about reports that had to be filed. So the city of Paterson, the residents, was picking up all these sewer repairs. You know, when you see them sometimes, and you see in an emergency, you know, the street collapses, you can almost tell by driving sometimes. And I let my engineer know when I'm riding through the city and I see a dip, or I feel a dip as I'm driving, then I know that sewer is getting ready to collapse. I guess I done been looking at it so much, working from a sewer plant for 22 years, you can kind of feel, if you see a hole getting started, you know eventually it's gonna get real big. I just want to say to the mayor, you know, we have to really look at it and make sure that the taxpayers, for all those sewer repairs that are needed so badly, that we can figure out a way and have everybody who's supposed to be paying, as I heard some of my council members say. But I know, I've been here for 8 years, we were spending anywhere between $5 to $8 million every year on sewer repairs, every year, and it was coming out of our city budget. Now, if you have the authority, that kind of helps put up a fund together, so all this doesn't have to come out of, say, the taxpayer, it doesn't have to come out with the taxpayers. So just like I said, everyone who contacted me, I did my best to getting information from Passaic Valley Water, because that's where it had to come from. But for years, and I constantly was watching sewer stuff, because I can tell just driving through this city when a sewer get ready to collapse. And I can tell you, I know that we have to call in, and what happens is emergency comes up before. I got 2 already, and I'm gonna tell you the name of the street, Fair Street. Fair Street is $500,000 between East 18, and then you have the other street, East Putman and East 16th Street. That been sitting there for 4 or 5 years. We gotta start trying to fix some of these sewer breaks down that we have, and we need to. But Mayor, you need to make sure you can come up with something to make sure that everybody pays their fair share, because I think that's what the big concern is, that everybody's not paying their fair share, and everybody has to pay their fair share in this. So, with that being said, you just calling my name.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Council President. I am very disappointed at how this is playing out. Year and a half ago, this council was misled by same kind of probably a 1 hour long presentation. What was in the presentation? Nothing has happened. Year and a half later, we are in this position. When first, month and a half ago, I believe, we started talking about dissolving this sewer utility. Administration, you have the data. Within this time period, we should have some concrete number in front of us tonight for us to reconsider. We don't have no number, nothing. If you look at the third bullet point, if utility remains in effect, the city will not lose transitional aid potential up to $20 million? Really? I think this is a scare tactic. That's exactly what it is. We're gonna lose $20 million? Come on, what happened to the relationship with the state? I think you need to present to us a concrete number. You have the data already. We paid somebody to do the study. So I don't think shouldn't take you 1.5 months to come to us to reconsider. I think you should have a presentation already. That's all I'm gonna say. I think this is a misleading information as well. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
Good evening. So the mayor started speaking today. He says, I come in peace. Doesn't want to argue with the council, wants to come and work with the council. But it is obvious that you heard some individuals say, this is the first that they hear. For a reconsideration, the least you could do is speak to every council member. I sat down with the mayor. I truly want to believe in this administration. But I made this administration aware of various other things that are more simple to be taken care of. And yet they have not been taken care of weeks later. I've sounded the alarm to let them know there can be possible litigation, grievances filed, please take action. Instead, I've gotten phone calls from individuals. I take a stand, and very ironic that today, on Monday, will be 6 years that my mother passed. My mom always had a saying, stand for something or fall for anything. And she said, even if you stand alone, you're standing. So I really want to consider this, but this isn't any different. I cannot vote on a what if. We requested something tangible, something that be presented to us, and it isn't here. I got today the reconsideration up there. I had to put my glasses, and actually after he was reading it is when we got it, right? And I'm looking at the if. Again, I say to myself, when the administration first came to us, finance chair, we felt that this was something that needed to be done because it's been asked. The mayor sat here for 10 years. It was part of the MOU. No administration would take it on. And believe it or not, he came on board and he took it on. And he was able to muster the support. I believed in it. I believed in the chief of staff then, now the BA's presentation. Believe me, I did. But when we started seeing it after we adopted it and we created it, and we started hearing all of the issues that were coming up, and we went to the administration saying, please, something has to be done, something has to be done. It is only March 9th when we took action. I saw there that it says that they started March 8th. Why didn't we get this March 8th? Why? So again, for all of those looking, for all the bosses out there looking, and for anyone looking at me today, I need to take a stance. I don't see anything different being presented today. I want to believe in this administration, But I just said the simplest things that I have put forth so they can take action, they have not. So right now, this is something major. My arm cannot be twisted and me put in a corner. We're going to lose 20 million. We stand to lose 20 million. We do not stand to lose 20 million. We will stand in losing 2 million because that is what the agreement was on that MOU. If you create it, that was the incentive. But we should be able to look for those monies in the budget. Yes, we can, because you know what? There's a lot of other things that we need to start cutting. But with time, and I've already said, I'm not going to air anything else on this council. I'm going to go to the administration. I'm going to present it again. I'm going to put it in writing. So when I take a stance on something, you understand why I took it. This is not personal. This is not against the mayor. This is not against the BA. We have a new corporation council that I hope that we can work together and that he understands that, yes, he works for the mayor, but he also needs to represent this council. That's what I look forward to. I want us council members to at least try to get along when we're on here because, yes, children are watching. Yes, our seniors are watching. But today I can't look at that 23rd Ave senior citizen who called me to show me her bill and to ask me for food because they don't have enough money to pay for the bills. Food, the simplest thing. Yes, Councilman, as a councilwoman at large, I go to the 6th Ward a lot. So, with that said,
That's good.
One second. Because today I said I want to be at peace, but I think this is something major that's going to happen. And we should all be able to explain the reasons why, if it's a yes or if it's a no. And I know I'm not voting right now, but I wanted to put it on record so when I vote, I can say less. Thank you very much, Council President.
So real quick, my next statement is not to persuade anyone to vote a certain way, but I just want to set the record straight with my next comments. So yes, from the beginning, I was one of the council members that wanted to entertain the sewer utility because I saw the benefits of it. Other municipalities are doing it. Even when the rollout, I was always questioning the rollout because the manner in which it was done, it was rolled out too quick. I was not happy with using, the method that was being presented by the professionals because I know it could create a lot of issues. But with any new rollout, you're gonna have some issues. Where we failed as a city was to address those issues. And I wanna make sure that even if, depending on what goes with this vote, that at least this administration pay attention. Because when we bring you concerns, it's not just our concerns, it's the concerns of the people. So I don't wanna hear that everything is fine. If the residents are complaining, our job is to look into it. Now, let me just tell my council colleagues that when we contemplated this, there was a lot of benefits to a sewer utility.
Right.
And we're here tonight. Some might say, oh, we're contemplating this again because of council president. No. Council president, given that this is what I do every day, I know the consequences of dissolving a utility. And when we created it, we spoke about all the benefits. So let's not forget about all the benefits of creating a utility, which is it improves the debt ratio of the city, the net debt of the city. It's supposed to we often complain that most of the burden, the way that the sewer structure was set up previously before the utility, we had a deficit in our budget, in our sewer operation of about $6-7 million, which was being picked up by just the taxpayers and not the non-for-profits, right? Ideally, the council acted in support of this, but it is not our responsibility to do the rollout. The administration did the rollout. Now, with any new rollout, third largest city, over 20,000 plus properties that are in our tax rolls, you are going to have some mistakes. Once again, I'm being repetitious. We failed to address those mistakes and those errors. Now, Mayor, I have to agree with my council colleagues. Instead of mustering support and doing, I knew you had to do this veto, but in the meantime, this company could have been higher. When you heard for the first time, and we can't go back to the past, right? We can only face the present and plan for the future. We should have hired this company the minute you heard that the council was contemplating dissolving the dissolution of the sewer utility. But you know what, you didn't, but we're here tonight because we also have a stop-up period. I want the residents to understand that what my council colleagues are saying, in an ideal world, it makes sense, right? Why shouldn't we consider this when they bring us a full report? The problem is, once we acted, once it gets advertised by the clerk, we have 20 days for it to become law. If for whatever reason, and again, it's not to garner support, because I know how I vote. And let me just remind the public also, when this first was initiated, that's what I wanted to say at the beginning. I got a call from Councilwoman Mims. She had a list of concerns, a huge list of concerns. Councilwoman Mims told me at the time, we should dissolve the sewer utility. I said, you know what, Councilwoman? I agree. I was thinking about doing this maybe a month from now. But you know what, given that you feel the same way, let's do this right now. So that's how this thing came about.
Really?
Excuse me?
Really?
So this how this came about, and if you look at the first resolution,
Council President.
I think he was talking about me.
Councilwoman Mims is not, I'm just telling you what actually took
Council
place.
President, you mentioned my name, so now that you mentioned my name.
So let me finish, I'll let you speak.
I surely will. You
So-
tagged me in and I'm gonna speak.
Yes.
This is what I talked about last week, and that's why we're here, so now we're back at the same juncture.
Councilwoman, but I didn't do any ill intention.
Yes, you did.
How?
You're saying that you
Coun-
said that
Councilwoman.
I am the reason why it was on the agenda.
No, that's not what I said,
That
Councilwoman.
is what you said.
Could
Go
you
back
let
to
me
the
finish?
tape.
Could you let me finish, please?
Go back to the tape, Council President.
Yes.
Please.
So, like I
do
stated-
not do that. Do
Can-
not do that.
Like I stated previously, I received a call from one of my colleagues, which ended up being the sponsor on the resolution.
You're the sponsor.
On the ordinance.
Council President, come on. Council President, please, let's not miss.
Councilwoman, but why are you offended? You voted in favor to dissolve
But
it.
Council President, you are sitting here giving out false information
All right,
to the
I'm gonna-
public to make yourself look good. If you want to really be honest, let's talk about when we went to the state and you made the commitment to the state, not me, you, telling the state that you were going to remove the item from the agenda.
Oh.
That's what you made the commitment.
Councilwoman,
You picked up, Council
Councilwoman.
President, you picked up the phone in the meeting and made the
Here goes the
commitment
meeting
to
again,
the
council
state.
members.
It was you, to the state
So
monitors.
I let you
to the
speak. Just
state
let me,
to the state
Councilwoman.
monitors, and after you made the
Councilwoman,
call to
I had the
clerk's
floor.
office,
Councilwoman, once
you made
again.
the call to the clerk's
All right,
office.
I'll let you finish,
and when we
Councilwoman,
got
since
in
you've
the-
been so disrespectful. I'll let you
Yes.
finish.
No,
Go ahead.
you were disrespectful.
Go
We
ahead.
got in the vehicle, and the clerk called you and said it cannot be removed because it was published. So you asked Corporation Counsel, how can you do it? She told you it would have to be done at the meeting.
Okay.
That is what
You're
happened.
finished?
Please don't try to throw me
You're
under
finished?
the bus because you know I'll
Councilwoman?
give the facts.
You're finished?
That's what happened, and you did not do that. You brought
You're-
it to vote and did not remove it.
You're finished?
That's why we're here.
Council President?
Absolutely.
Hold on, I haven't finished. So, the intent of that comment was to say that I initiated to create the utility. After a year and a half of complaining, I got a call from a council colleague, and I said, you know what? Let's do it. Let's dissolve it. You're right. Let's dissolve it. That was the intent of the conversation. But the last person that wanted to dissolve this is me. I just did it because of all the complaints and the lack of action by the administration. Now, going to this, and it's shameful that we have to go back and forth. In that meeting at the state level, there was the mayor, there was Madam BA, and I told my council colleagues, of some of them, that this discussion took place. I told Councilwoman Davila that this discussion took place. At the state level, we asked if we could remove, they didn't ask me. I said, you know what, let's remove this from the agenda. I called Madam Clerk. I don't think Madam Clerk was here. I spoke to someone else. But then I was told that legally we could not remove it. And then we left it on the agenda for a vote. That was it. But the intent of my statement was to let the council, my council colleagues know that, yes, I initiated it because I represent the people. But I also know the consequences of dissolving the whole thing, and that's why I'm reconsidering. And that was the intent of the discussion, of my comments. And Councilwoman Mims, if you still want the floor, I'll give you the floor.
Yes.
But yes, I said it in front of the BA, the mayor, and the people at DCA. I don't have nothing to hide. I said, yes, at that point, as council president, I asked Councilwoman Mims at the time, can I call the clerk? Because we were the only two council members there. Can I call the clerk and ask you to remove this? You told me yes. Go
I-
ahead. And you were there,
Council
Council,
President.
you were there, Mayor, and you were there, Madam BA.
They were there.
Tell me
and
if I'm wrong
they-
in the comment that I'm
They will tell you
making.
that you're wrong. I did not tell you that.
All right, you have the floor, Council.
Thank you.
Councilman Mims.
That is not true. If we're gonna sit here, my conversation last week was we have to stop pointing fingers and work together. We come here on tonight and the council president tries to lie to the community. First of all, community, let me be clear. I was not
Hold
on
on,
the
Council
fin-
President.
I'm talking.
I know
was
you're
not
talking,
on-
but you get up and leave, but meanwhile, you
I
were sitting
was
there
not-
listening to him.
I was not on the finance committee for the first 2 years. This has been a discussion in that committee for that time period. I wasn't a part of the discussion. When it came to this council is when I got to be a part of it, when I had many conversations. I have asked from day one to this administration for a plan. I've asked for that from day one. This is nothing new. Present something to us, give us something tangible. When we went down to the state, they invited me to go. I went to the state. I made no commitments to anyone. The state monitors, they're watching. They will tell you, I did not make that commitment. The mayor is sitting here. The BA is sitting there. And they can tell you, I didn't make any commitments because, first of all, it would have been unethical. So I did not make any decisions in that room. I'm not the council president. I am not the reason why this came up from the beginning. It is totally absurd to sit here when we're trying to reconsider and move forward. And here again, another the council president of all people is trying to throw me under the bus and then say, I didn't say that. You just said it right before you said it. It's unacceptable. We have to cut it out. And I'm like Councilwoman Davila, enough is enough. Enough is enough. I'm taking a stand for the residents.
Council
Because this
President.
administration has
Could we-
proven
could we-
itself, it
could we-
does not want to work with this council.
Hold on a minute. Could we entertain the vote to reconsider? You
no,
have
the
2
pro-
minutes. Hold on a minute. You have
President.
2 minutes to speak during your vote. If you don't have a question for the administration,
No,
let's
I
just
have
entertain.
I have a question
Let's
for
just
you,
enter-
for you, Council President.
Sure, ask the question.
Council President, my main question is that we had a discussion based on the presentation of our honorable mayor, and to say it took you guys for a ride. There was last year was no, and the ride was no commitment made. Today was revealed there was a commitment made. So, and not to bail you out, but I said I was going to direct the question to the council president, but he's not sitting there. Council President, we got to move forward, but my question is, why we are putting our point through in our conversation, and you cut our time, and then you take more than half hour explaining why you moving forward with this? We all understand that your desire of dissolving the utility, and that you notice now that it's going to be a problem, that it was going to hurt the city, it was this and that. Once again, we as council people, we cannot start backwards. If the administration is doing things backwards, we cannot do things backwards. So I just want to say that.
Council President, point of order. I know we have a very extensive agenda tonight. Can we vote on this item and move on because we have a lot of work to do?
Thank you, Councilman
Thank
Mendez. That's what I've been asking. If we could just speak our piece.
I have a
Right now,
question.
we're voting. You have a question, Councilman Jackson?
Please.
Councilman Jackson.
So, Mr. Mayor or Madam BA, whomever would like to answer, what is the status and why hasn't all the schools paid into the utility?
Council President, I'm going to ask Javier, our CFO, to answer.
So, all the schools have paid into the utility. All we missed, I believe year one, when Council President brought it up, I can't give you an exact number, but we billed them all. And this past year, there was only 2 schools. One was it's a new school, and the other one is a new meter. So they have all been billed.
So all of the bills that were missed have been paid, those that from year one, whatever
Correct.
bills, that they all been paid in full?
Yes.
All the schools?
Correct.
What's the status of the laundry company that filed a lawsuit against the city for the misbilling?
I don't think they filed a lawsuit, and from the bills that I've seen, for the ones that I know, there wasn't anything wrong with them.
So what is the status?
They were billed correctly.
And they paid?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I would like to see that, if you can provide that to us, because, I mean, from what I mean, it's unfortunate that most of the information that has to be disseminated through the council comes by way of public media. And we talk about experts. I just want to make these points before we move to a voting session. But we talk about experts. A few years ago, we had experts tell us that we had lead in the Great Falls, and it was going to cost us. You're not nervous, are you, Council President? It was going to cost us $1 million to abate the lead. Well, as a council person, I refuted that information, challenged it, and we had testing done, and obviously there was absolutely no lead. These are experts who was telling the city of Paterson taxpayers there was lead at the Great Falls while they were doing a construction rehabilitation job there, and the bill was going to be $1 million. Had I not been sitting here and challenged that, the city would have just paid them $1 million. The next expert, we meet periodically with the sewer maintenance or evaluation company experts. And every year we're billed by the federal government a certain amount, and it's based on an arbitrary number, because anytime there is overspill in our sewers that falls into the public waterways, the city is billed or fined by the federal government or state government. So when I asked for a list of those dates of where those overspills took place, they said, no, we don't have any dates. We just, we average it off, and it's a national average. So therefore, we could have had a drought, and we may have had no overspills, but we're still paying this penalty. And these are the experts that's telling us we're doing something wrong. We have to pay the bill. We just pay them. They tell us anything. These experts come to the city, they tell us something, and we just pay them. In year 2020, where technology is so readily available, you could put a sensor on all of the sewer locations that overspill, and you'll get an alarm if there happens to be an overspill, and it'll be a track record. You can track it, but we don't want to do anything digital. Lastly, Council President, I'll just say this because I'm going to be brief, or I'm change the context for while we're voting. But, you know, Council President, you said knowing and understanding the consequences. But if there's a team, and I don't claim to be the best player, but I have been part of a team before. We have a team, the council's a team. That means all the teams should have been considered. So to hear that you took a ride with the administration, and not to say that we're supposed to be in opposition, but the governing body is the balancing act. If you took a ride and have private discussion with members of the state and the administration, I would have, it would have been my position to say, well, let me go back and discuss this with the rest of my council colleagues, bring the information back, disseminate the information, and let us know what position that we're in so that we can make a concerted effort to make a sound decision on what's best. But to make an effort to pull it without having conversation with the body, that's a bit disappointing. Once again, it's surprising, but it is disappointing nonetheless. And nothing has changed. I can understand if something like, are you telling me that this presentation is it a 2 or 3 page? I mean, this is like something that 12th graders put together as a little quick PowerPoint presentation to say, oh, this is what's going to happen if. And there's no concrete evidence to tell us how the residents are going to benefit from what is going to be implemented. And it's much like today's press conference, which I'll get to that in a moment, but I'll rest it there, Council President. I know you want to move to a vote, so let's do it.
So real quick, you're 100% correct, Councilman Jackson. This took place on a Friday around 2 p.m. And if that action to pull it had to be done by that Friday in order to come off the agenda. Not to make excuses, only one council member. I've taken trips before with Councilwoman Davila when she was president. I was finance chair. You cannot have more than 5 council members anywhere. That day, I was invited, along with the VP, Councilman Mims. And again, I'm not going to repeat what was said.
Why not? We should all know.
No, I already said what I had to say. And I'm not going to ask the administration to clarify, because it will not be in the best interest, I guess, to clarify what took place in this meeting. So we're gonna proceed right now. We're just going to take a vote.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
We had to read it to the record first.
It's been read.
Council President, did you want Corporation Council to give a quick explanation to the council
So,
what we're actually doing? Legal.
You can proceed. Go ahead, Corporation Council.
Thank you. And again, it's an honor to be here and advise the council, and I look forward to working with everyone. So essentially, what's before the council is 2 items. One will be a vote to revisit the previous vote. If that passes with majority, then the council will then have a second vote as to whether or not to again override the mayor's veto. So you essentially have 2 votes before you.
Council President. To the Corporation Council?
Councilman Davila.
So, your office put this item 58, those 2 items together in
Yes,
this one
Council.
resolution?
Yes, Councilwoman, we believe that that was our appropriate procedure after much deliberation.
I had a lengthy discussion about that also. My understanding, we're going to have 2 separate ones, but they told me, how it was going to be handled. We're going to take a vote, which we're taking right now, to reconsider, to actually reconsider the vote on the veto against the
To bring
mayor's
back
veto.
the veto.
Correct. So this vote right now, with 5 votes, we're going to reconsider. Right after this, we'll vote against the mayor's veto once again.
No, it's all together here.
It is
No,
all
no.
together, Councilman Velez, but if you look at it, and again, my department, we worked really hard to make this as clear as possible. If you look at the steps in the resolution that's voting, there's essentially 2 votes, and the council president is correct, and I'm happy to elaborate further. But again, the first vote is to revisit it, and then once it's revisited, it's back open again, the override, and then you have to vote again to override.
So Council President, I wasn't done when I was addressing
Okay.
Corporation Council.
Councilwoman Councilwoman Davila.
So I wasn't done because I got the clarification, but I still don't understand why this was done that way. It's almost with the intention that we were gonna take action and we were gonna be able with the same vote. It's almost as though, I'm not understanding it. So please make me
So-
understand it, because I'm not, it should have been to me 2 resolutions.
So it will require 2 votes. If the first one fails, we don't get majority vote on the first one, then there is no second vote on it. We're gonna need to vote
Yes.
twice. The
Okay,
second
very
time is
well.
gonna need 6 votes, the second time.
Yes.
So in other words, they are saving in the paper.
Okay.
So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, just for the public to know what we are actually voting on, is item number 58 on the agenda, a resolution regarding sewer fees to revisit whether to override. One said to revisit whether to override the veto of ordinance number 21006. law.
Second.
So at this time, I need a motion and a second to revisit. The council, who motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz. Who seconded?
Councilman Velez, I think.
I think it was
No,
Councilman
it was
Velez.
Councilwoman Mintz. Oh, it wasn't me. I was speaking out
I
loud.
heard
I
a
said-
second, though.
So we don't have a second?
Yeah, second.
Second by Councilman Velez.
I was talking aloud here with the second and third.
Roll call to proceed on the merits of for item number 58. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm going to use the 2 minutes that are afforded to me by the Paterson Code to explain my vote to my constituents and to the residents of the city of Paterson. I am urging my colleagues, I think we are trying to look for a middle of the road. No, it's not it's not me, it's we. I think the council and administration have to come to a medium to solve the issues in our sewer bill. As I stated months ago, when you take an item and you repeal it, what's the replacement? right? If you did renovations in your house and something went wrong, you don't knock down the whole house and say, I go back. You renovate it to make it better, right? I urge my colleagues, there's a lot of consequences with this item. There is a lot of consequences with this item. Is it perfect? No. We just received from the administration, and we got to hold you accountable, Mayor, that on April 19th, the recommendations and then from the company and the council's recommendations to make a better and a fairer system across the board. But if we go just repealing without the replacement, we have a lot of consequences on the line. The direct impact, I'm not even looking at transitional aid, I'm not looking at that. It's gonna give us a $7 million hole. Just imagine that you have a budget and right off the bat, because of this action, we have to find $7 million. In government, there's two things that happen when it comes to budgeting. You raise your revenues by the tax levy, or you lay off people to bring down your tax levy. So it's either, for that $7 million, we're gonna raise taxes on the taxpayers, not the nonprofits, not the schools, not the government buildings, but the taxpayers who already have a burden on them. We just got hit with a 12% increase from the taxpayers are getting a 12% increase on the tax levy from the school district. We've done our job. I remember a couple months ago, we talked about when we went into the transitional year of no tax increases. We are trying to get our fiscal house in order with the help with the council. I urge my colleagues, let's go to April 19th, see what the recommendations are. Please reconsider your vote because there's major consequences are on the table that will affect the taxpayers throughout the city. My vote is yes to reconsider.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I sit here and I listen to my colleagues regarding the sewer utilities, I remember, and I say it over and over, I know that we needed to start it, put one together. They have been talking about it for years. I've been sitting here with 5 different mayors. And what had happened that I've seen is that, they just kicked the can down the road. The can got to stop somewhere. Someone has to be able to say, this is what we have to do. I think you hear me constantly talk about sewer breaks, how much it's costing, what the federal government is requiring from us. Are they playing with us? I don't believe so. I always say something like, okay, don't do this, then let's see what happens. Do I put you all out there in jeopardy like that to say, I have to send out a new bill, I have to send out a new sewer bill, because we can't use the one that we had sent already, because it's going to be a different amount. Is it going to go up $300, $400, $500? Something to that effect. Do I say to the colleagues out there, I can't, and I know that it's been a lot of flaws in this, but it had helped us to make a lot of sewer repairs that we needed to make. And we still have a lot of sewer repairs that we need to make. But do we put you taxpayers and say, oh no, that bill you got now, it's no more good. You're gonna get a new bill coming out soon. Once we see how we can do this. But for everyone else to have to pay their fair share, yes, everyone needs to pay their fair share. They said that to develop the sewer authority, there was $2 million extra. And yes, they did give us $2 million. We already was in a hole $5 million from sewer repairs, in the hole. So do I put you out there, City of Paterson? Do I put you in jeopardy? That our credit score is 400 and we need to be at 8, but we only at 4 right now. And we need stuff to get things going. So with that being said, I just can't put you out there like that you're responsible for the shortfall that's gonna happen with this. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davenport.
For those that know me very well, know that when I say no, it's no, and when I said yes, is yes. I am a person of my word. My word is my bond. And I stand on my convictions. Today's presentation was not enough for me to reconsider the vote. It is not. Again, I've said it in the past, I've said it today. I want to believe that this administration will do better, but it's unfortunate that things that I have brought up to the attention that are simpler than this have not, no actions have been taken. So I can't at this time support this reconsideration because I cannot vote on a what if. My vote is no, Madam Clerk, for the reconsideration.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Kalik?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All the 6 reasoning for reconsideration, all of them begin with if. I'm not going to vote on something on ifs. So my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'll be brief. I think that since this sewer utility was created, as I expressed at the beginning, the taxpayer, those homeowners in the city of Paterson, they've been suffering and crying for a change. That change never came in front of this council. And it's really sad that after almost 2 years since this was created, all we have is a just presentation with no numbers, no data, no facts, nothing. And just a simple intent into just overturn this. And my concern is this. We as a governing body, we cannot be scared with this. Is a scare tactic. And this vote is in favor of our taxpayer. Before I got into this meeting tonight, because I know that there was a presentation in the way, I start going back to all the text that I have in picture of those homeowners, residents of the city of Paterson that live on a fixed income, that their sewer bill went from $125 to $580, $600 without any explanation. So as an elected official, how can you explain to a person that live on a fixed income that receive an increase of this amount? There's no explanation. The administration know that they make a mistake, and I still remember, I was not in the council, I came in. I didn't ask for a repeal of this sewer utility. I simply asked to go back, do a study, and do it right, because the administration make a mistake. They never acknowledged the mistake until now that we repealed the sewer utility. Now they came back with this simple, and I was expecting to see something more solid. And I want to be honest, all I want to see is a number on those homeowners in the city of Paterson. How much was they going to pay? I need to see the county building, municipal building, school district, all those entities that have to pay the fair share. I need to see that on the number. It's that simple. I think we got to be more honest on the work that we're doing. I'm expecting to see this back at the workshop, and I'm willing to spend 3, 4, 5 hours with the number on the table. How this is going to be right for the taxpayer of the city of Paterson. Simple as that. You show me the number that makes sense, the amount of money that they will be paying, and the amount of money that county building and everybody else will pay, hospitals and everybody, and I will say, you know what, it makes sense now, let's move forward. Simple as that. My vote is no to reconsider.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so, from the very beginning, I've been asking this administration for when these conversations started. I was not the person to initiate this. I was not in Finance Committee. It did not come from me. But when it was brought up and a lot of residents came after it was rolled out, we had a lot of complaints. So I went to the administration multiple times in regards to the issues, and some of them are still currently in place, where some of our residents' bills went up drastically. They then in return sent us a presentation deck where they had 26 residential properties on this deck, and they had some residents whose bills went up from $400 to $1,100. There's a resident, and there's many others that are similar, where when you go and look at their house, we clearly see they live in a one-family home, but their piping size shows, it looks as though they live in a commercial building. So I've been fighting and advocating this concern. They had the resident come into the tax office. The tax office sent them back to the Water Commission, and then back and forth, and still today, it has not been resolved. So I've been asking for the administration to do, number one, a code identifier, especially for those. That's something immediately, that's something we don't have to wait on an audit to do. You know clearly that there are these residents that live in one-family homes, they're being built wrong. That should take place tomorrow. That should not be April 19th, we're coming back. That's a quick fix. That's a quick fix. You know these individuals live in homes. You can drive by the addresses, look at it, you can and identify that to fix it. That's something that I made the request for some of the complaints I received. Then in addition, I wanted to have something tangible. So in last meeting, we didn't have anything. So there was no way I can reconsider anything because tangibly in our hand, we had nothing. So it was like we're voting based on, I'll be done in a minute because I was asked to talk during this time, so I'll take an extra minute for that. But when it came to the request to reconsider, we had nothing tangibly. For me, if it's not written,
Please.
it doesn't exist. And
Please
so I
please
made
wrap
the
it up.
recommendation. I said I was wrapping up, Council President. I
Okay.
said that already. And so I wanted something tangible in hand because when the residents are saying, what are they going to do? I can't go based on what they told me. Something has to be written so that the community can open it. You can open public request it so that you can look at it. The date is there. It's another way to hold the administration accountable to what they're saying. It's not based on what they told us across the floor. We now have a written document, which Councilman Velez has borrowed, but we have a written document that shows some of the things that will be in the scope of work for this audit to be done. That's something that I have requested. And I told him if we can get it in writing, and I also made the request that that you would call all the council members. That's on record. I said that in the last meeting, that you would call all council members, whether you like them, don't like them. We're not here to eat dinner with everybody. We're here to represent the residents, and we have to work together. I said that as well. And to hear tonight that some council members, it wasn't done for some of them, is very disturbing. For me, this is something I asked for. I want to see it done. I don't appreciate the disrespect that's going on. I spoke of it last week, and I think we have to stop that. It's not a fight against council members. We're trying to hold the administration accountable to fix the issues of the public and the residents. It has nothing to do with us as a council. So for us taking jabs and all that, look, I'm a fighter. I know what a two-piece and a biscuit look like, but I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm here to advocate for the residents. And the administration, they know I've spoken to them many times. I made many requests and recommendations, and it's tangibly in my hand. So with that being said, I'm going to be an adult in the room, and I'm going to vote yes to reconsider based on the information that is before me. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I will pass.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
That was unexpected, but it is what it is. So the disappointing part is that this is not about the residents, and that's what we're here for. The residents are the ones that were suffering, and it was the residents who cried out to the council. It's the reason why this action was taken. It's not because council members didn't like the mayor or didn't like his suit, whatever the case might be, but it's about the residents. But what this is about people believing what they need to look like, whether it's on social media, whether it's to the state representatives, and it's a black eye to the administration for not being able to fulfill this promise that they, have yet to deliver on. But it's a consistency that I've become accustomed to. So I'm just going to talk about this because, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you came here tonight. Since you've been here, I think maybe twice since in the last 3 years, maybe 2 or 3 times. But what's further disappointing about how, council members are not consulted with. And for me, when they talk about about the issue with the residents and how difficult things become. You know, it's extremely difficult when I got to visit friends, people who I've known for years, who I've mentored their children, and, you know, I watched them do so many things in the community, and I got to visit their home because their son was murdered. So when we talk about how we put the residents first, you know, I overheard last moment, because I was working, I had to run, shower up, change, come out to a press conference today. And these were the mayor's words. And also, a message to the shooters. You want to continue, we're going to get you off the streets too. We are very adamant. Yes, it's zero tolerance. We don't want you terrorizing neighborhoods anymore. If you made that choice to pursue a life of violence, we have no other choice but to take you off the streets. So when you talk about the residents and the residents' concerns, like, who are we talking to, or who were you talking to, Mr. Mayor? Because I see you in a rare space. A few months ago, there was a decision made that this council had nothing to do with that removed the unit off of Governor and Carroll, and then that same site became another site where someone else lost their life. So now we do a press conference there. And we go out there, and this statement is made. If you made the choice to pursue a life of violence, who chooses that? If there's choices, substantial choices for our residents, who would really choose a life of violence? And this just speaks to, because some people, oh, what does this have to do with the sewer? Well, what it has to do with is the lack of understanding of this mayor of what the constituency's issues are. We have many issues where people are crying out because they can't afford to pay these bills. We're not talking about senior citizens. I'm talking about working class men who called like, listen, I can't afford this bill. I can't afford one addition. I have a resident on North 4th Street. So I'm challenging, because I bet you if I asked the mayor what's the name of that young man that was murdered a year ago, who was 13 years old, by another 13-year-old, he can't tell me the name of either one. But if this also a message to the shooters, a 13-year-old, you want to continue, we're going to get you off the streets too. We are very adamant. Yes, it is zero tolerance. I'm not done. There's no point of trying to regulate time if we're not going to do it fairly. We don't want you terrorizing neighborhoods anymore. You made the choice to pursue violence. We have no other choice but to take you off the streets. This is a 13-year-old he's talking to, because it was the 13-year-old that took the life of another 13-year-old. So if you understood the ills of our community, you wouldn't make such statements. You wouldn't be in an area where you're so uncomfortable, where you would be unable to travel without police protection. See, I walk every street, including the 6th Ward, where I get calls often from business owners and people from down there, and I never walk with security. But this is an embarrassment. And this sewer utility, and just the disregard, and I had to, Council President, forgive me, I had to address it now because I know the mayor will be flighted out of here once this vote is over, so I wouldn't have an opportunity to address this, where his people chose to speak to an elected person who is here to represent the public's best interests and concerns. Where, Director, I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed that a member of the public who choose to exercise his First Amendment right and speak was surrounded by officers and intimidated, or attempted to be intimidated. So, with that being said, surprised that this has gone this far, but obviously I couldn't be in support, because I would expect that we would be responsible, and I would expect that the administration would deliver something not just tangible piece of paper, but something with some value to it that has a detailed plan, just like I would expect for that press conference today to be a detailed plan on what we're going to do to curb gun violence, not threaten our residents.
What is your vote, Councilman?
Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you. The reason I passed, I want to see if somehow some statement of my colleague who make a difference, make my vote today. Something was presented. I was reading some, before I rip it off, I did, but I was taking some point. That's why I asked Councilwoman to allow me to use hers. And what Moonshot Mission is doing is, and it's clear, if the utility remain in effect, they will do some amendments, and they will come to the council to get a vote. And if we don't agree, we could do the difference. They telling us about the transition aid, and if you look at it, it's $2 million. If we are going to eliminate maintain the position, in the past, as Moody said, we used to collect $12 million, and there was a deficit of $18 million, so we always was bonding $5 million to catch up with that bill of the sewer utility. Now, to make it short and sweet, how I gonna tell a female, let's get married to see if you could give me a kid? What about she cannot give you a kid, right? But you still have a compromised marriage, and you have to try to work it out. No matter what, you have to work it out. In this case, I've been vocal that every decision that I'm going to do with this situation is based on taxpayers' money. We are right now in the ring, inside the ring. The taxpayer one side, the administration on the other side, and we, the council, are the referee. So when the fight is going to be over, when the administration present us the real deal, and I'm going to wrap up in a few. The real deal.
Could you please wrap it up, Councilman?
That's what I just said, Council President, and I'm going to say that Councilman Jackson was right. If you're going to regulate the time, you have to be fair enough, because he took almost half hour explaining everything.
So wrap it up.
I'm just going to take 3 seconds. 3 more seconds. Listen, I had to do the joke, because if I get accept, it's going to be different. So Moody spoke, wrote a letter, a statement, and said that this utility sewer utility method was a benefit financially, at least financially. But some of us has one family house, and they don't say how low the bill comes. We cannot preach both sides. We had to make sure that we do the right decisions. We challenged the administration to do something, and they are presenting something that we don't know what is going to be the boy or girl until we don't sit down and talk about it. The x-ray, the sonogram, or the mammogram, or whatever is going to bring a result back. See, I'm trying to use medical terminology for you, Mayor, to analyze yourself, do an x-ray of this situation, and make sure we don't come back with a plan that break bones. That we are clear enough to say, you challenge me, we're in the ring, we fighting for the taxpayer, this is the result, ring the bell, the taxpayer had to come victorious in this fight. And because we challenged the administration and he have given us something to rely on the expert, as my councilman in the 6th Ward stated, the expert, we, the council, have to decide at the end of the analysis and what they're going to present us if that expertise was in favor of the taxpayer. So saying that, I'm not a flip-flopper, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say that we need to work together. And when I say we need to work together, I say it with action. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So to the public and Corporation Council, this one that just passed right now, you have 2 minutes as per our bylaws, 2 minutes during a vote. I watched council meetings for over 12 years. We never saw this going on. This is not disrespectful to me. This is disrespectful to the residents. We look like a circus in this council. We were supposed to have the public portion at 8 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock, and we entertain one item. So, yes, we're entertaining after the bills list, one item after the bills list. I'm asking my council colleagues to keep it to 2 minutes while voting. If not, could you repeat, Corporation Council? I have to regulate this meeting, and this is an embarrassment to me, and should be an embarrassment to all the residents that this goes on during these meetings. It is not allowed to ask. In discussion, you had ample time to discuss this item, and you did. Most of you did. Now you have 2 minutes during your voting. 2 minutes. So let's just try to keep it to 2 minutes for the rest of the meetings. I'm not asking for much, please. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. The merits on item number 58, which is Resolution 21:169, is hereby approved. Now I'll ask for a motion and a second to
So moved.
override item.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz,
Second.
second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, and this vote requires 6 affirmative votes. Roll call on item number 58, which is Resolution 21:169. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Council President, I am not going to take 2 minutes. I think the public has heard for the last hour where we stand, and I will vote no to override the veto of the mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, as my council colleague sitting next to me from the 6th Ward, it's been a long night. We have one item. And I just want to apologize to you all out there watching TV. It shouldn't even go to this point like this no more. And I just want to say that everyone already knew how I voted last time, who had watched the television. I think I'm thinking about what could happen to the city of Paterson. I'm putting you all first to think that, will they come back and do something to us? When I see the federal government giving us a date that we gotta have something done, and if we don't get it done, they're charging us $10,000 a day, there's no telling what they would do. I can't imagine them doing. But that being said, I done said it over and over about the deficit, about the sewer repairs, emergency sewer repairs, the CSO, the long-term control plan that was put on us that mayors done kicked down the road for the last 5 mayors that I've sat here with, never decided to at least put something in place. So with that being said, my vote is no, not to override, not to veto the mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Davila.
Well, I'm sorry to the public, but I can't apologize for wanting to give an explanation so individuals understand why I take the stance that I take. And so with that said, my vote is yes to override.
Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly, again, this is an embarrassment. Should be more of an amicable relationship. And this is not even about the measure. This is about just the veto for maybe another press conference. And I'm not very favorable of that. So yeah, my vote is yes to override as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
You fail.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I stay firm, with my position. And this is a vote in support of our taxpayer, our homeowners. that are being suffering since this utility was created with no action whatsoever. Unfortunately, what we received today was just promise. And with no number, no facts, I will continue waiting for something substantially that prove that our homeowner will get a relief on those bills that they've been getting, on responsible billing, our taxpayers. So my vote is yes to override. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Abstain.
Councilman Velez?
And nobody passed? No, just in case I lost something. Thank you, Councilwoman. Abstain.
Mr. President?
Once again, I got accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, which was for this administration to actually start doing the analysis that we've been asking for the last year and a half. That's what I asked for, and that's what I got accomplished. They're working on it, and again, if the administration is not a threat, but if the administration is in the best interest to do their best for this analysis to benefit the taxpayers, because just like other council bodies have done in the past, they have reduced the levy, right? If this doesn't show what we wanted to show, we could take other actions to give relief to the taxpayers of the city of Paterson. I remember Councilman Morris one time suggested that we reduce the levy by $5 million. All I'm asking, and I hope you're paying attention, Mayor, why am I even passing this comment? An abstention is a yes vote. So my vote is no. I think this, apologize for even bringing this up. I think this failed.
Council President, let me change my vote, please.
I already voted.
No, we haven't, she haven't read the
Once I
vote.
don't announce the vote, he can vote.
Yeah, he could change it.
Okay.
It's abstain.
We cannot preach both sides here. Right now, we gave the mayor a tool to come back with a solution and make sure that he presented the right way. So, even I know where this is going, so I'm just gonna vote no on it.
Your vote is no, Councilman?
Yes. I don't want confusion on people. My yes is yes, my no is no.
The vote is 4 in favor. 4 against, sorry. 4 against, 4 in favor. 1 abstain. Item number 58 failed. It needs 6 votes.
So you cut my remarks short, but I'm sure we don't have to talk about it.
Let's go to the public portion.
Yes, we're gonna open the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before we go to the
Go
public
ahead,
portion.
Mr. Mayor, while the public gets up.
Yeah, I
you
want to
wanna
thank the
address-
council members for their support, and for those that didn't, we will provide that review for those council members. And to Councilman Jackson, I just want to point out that Kazur Cradle, better known as KK, was murdered on October 13, 2019. It wasn't murdered last year. And I was there the next day with his mother and his grandmother, along with Pastor Lassiter, to console the family. And I take any shooting, whether fatal or non-fatal, very seriously. You can ask the director, and it is something that we're committed to doing, reducing gun violence in this city. But like I stated before, it'll take community collaboration. It can't just only be the police. It's got to be all of us. So if you're with me, then we're all for it.
What was the name of the other young man?
I don't know I know the young man that I consoled the family of.
It was 2 13-year-olds.
Council President, can we go to public
yeah,
portion,
go-
please?
let's not-
The mayor can
listen.
You said I
easily, wait a
wouldn't know the
minute,
name
Council
of the young man
President,
that was
the mayor
murdered.
can easily Google the name.
So as for the floor, because we need to have a back and forth. I gave him the floor.
Yeah.
I know he addressed you
He only
by
asked me about the name of the young man that was
So-
murdered.
So,
And I was there the next day to comfort his mother and
all
his
right.
grandmother.
So
Council President.
I thought you was going to address Mayor. I thought you were going to address the council on the current vote.
Okay.
And then reassure the residents that you are going to try your best to address all the concerns that we've been having this past year and a half. I didn't know you were going to address one of the council members pertaining to something else other than the item that we just voted on. So you're done with...
Just a point of clarification, that was all.
Okay.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, before you go, Councilman Jackson, Madam Clerk, can you announce the public, how many speakers do we have?
Not yet, I didn't open it yet. I have 7 speakers.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
Very good. To the public, I won't even indulge in answer to the mayor. The reason I'm very familiar with is because during that time, and I know the exact year because I was a volunteer coach at Eastside High School, when we had to call practice because a large majority of our players were related to the 2 young men. So here we're talking about a condition where we have 2 victims, 2 13-year-old people. Obviously, as I said earlier, there are young people in our community that are turning to violence because, and the mayor completely missed the point, there are no choices. What are the choices that we give them? So when you say make a statement, you made a public statement, you should stand on your statement. If you choose to resort to violence, we're coming after you. What about the effort to go after the person that's pulling up in a car with a trunk full of guns to sell guns to the people in our community? Where's the effort to do that? Where are those efforts? I'm not going to, indulge this conversation any further because, we have multiple shootings each and every night. Every single night we're getting another shooting and other victims. So not to spotlight this one, but it's just an example. 13-year-old children that's involved, and even if they're not, they're still residents of our community that have been forgotten about, that have been ignored, that their community, the site you chose to do a press conference at, if you just took a left turn and just looked across the street, that entire lot is filled with garbage. It's deplorable, the condition that people are left to live in, and then when they resort to things where they feel this is their avenue, this is their answer because there's been no other choices, we have done nothing for youth recreation, youth engagement, economic growth in the community, economic development, putting economic empowerment, nothing. But we're going to sit here and scarf off something like so simple as this.
Thank you,
I'm
Councilman.
done.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Madam Clerk, can we call our first speaker, please?
Yes, Madam President. The public portion is now open. Our first speaker is Mr. Richardson, Jimmy Richardson.
Is he there?
He left? Oh, he's here. That's okay. Please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Richardson.
My
Thank
name
you.
is Jimmy Richardson, Hillside, New Jersey.
Good
I'm
evening,
here in
Mr.
support-
Richardson.
I'm here in support of the Bud Foundation's renaming of the Veland Avenue Park to the Amistad Park. The history of the park goes this way. Veland Avenue, before it became Veland Avenue, it was called Buttermilk Lane, and that was before the Revolutionary War. During the Revolutionary War, it was changed to Old York Road. It was named that because that was the road that George Washington took to come out of Paterson to going to New Barbados on his way to New York or to Newark. In 1891, the Veland Avenue Park was owned by Peter Van Houten. And through Peter Van Houten and the 24th President of the United States, who was Garrett Hobart, whose statue is in front of City Hall as we speak, gifted that land to the city of Paterson. That was in 1891. And in order to change we are looking to change the name of the Veland Avenue Park to the Amistad Park to reclaim the African American history of And the reason why I'm saying it that way is because in 1839, the people from Sierra Leone were abducted. They were abducted and brought to the United States in 1841. They went back. Now, so that history, the Amistad, or the Bud Foundation is not going to be talking about or teaching about the Amistad. They're going to be talking about all the things that have to do with African American history. Who knew that the first mayor to go to prison was not a person of color? Who knew that on top of Garrett Mountain, the Ku Klux Klan burned the crosses for the entire city of Paterson to see? Who knew that Dorothy Heights, Mary McLeod Bethune, Mahalia Jackson? Who knew that Jim Brown? Who knew that Ralph Abernathy? Who knew that Paul Robeson came to Paterson? Who knew that? Who knew that Paul Robeson's brother was the pastor of the First AME Zion Church and was the pitcher for a semi-pro team that played at Hinchcliffe Stadium, and his name was James C. Robeson. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more to give and more to share and more to offer as a collective community. Paterson has our best efforts are really come from the community and its diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, I was on the phone this morning with a number of students from Princeton University, a 2-hour interview. There are more people interested in the history of Paterson than what people know. People are calling me, and I'm doing TV interviews, I'm doing radio interviews, telephone, Zoom interviews. There are a lot of people interested in what's happening to Paterson or what had happened to Paterson. They're interested in our history. Ladies and gentlemen, the City Council, I hope that you would consider the resolution to change the name of the Veland Avenue Park to the Amistad Park for history's sake. My job is to encourage all of you to help me. My job is to encourage you to help me give you my best. So I'm hoping that you will be kind enough to meet that resolution. Thank you, or consider that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Ms. Chillis, Janita Chillis. Yes, yeah. Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham. Mr. Durham, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey. I came here to talk about the issues that we got going on in the city of Paterson and the $63.7 million that can make a difference. We got a lot of gun violence going on, and we all know that. We got $63.7 million could change all this. What the mayor had said earlier, that, well, just lock them up. We're going to clean the streets. Nah. We got other plans. You bring jobs, bring revenue to the city. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. What's going on? It seems like...
Mr. Durham, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Madam
I got
Clerk.
3 minutes, sir.
Oh, no, she's here. No, I'm sorry. She's in the room. I'm sorry. I didn't see Councilwoman Cotton.
Oh, okay.
You have some extra time. Go ahead. Continue.
Thank you. Right. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. It seems like every mayor get in that seat. They promise us the world and don't never deliver. Just 2018, we had $130 million plus another lump sum of money. Still, no groundbreaking. Now we got $63.7 million. We got crime going on. The Paterson Police Department need more policing. We always point fingers at the police department. Let's point fingers at the mayor. Give them more policing so they could do their job. Another thing. The downtown area, all over Paterson, we got drug addicts breaking in people's stores. Okay, breaking the stores. Not too long ago, last week, one of Paterson top workers almost got mugged by 3 guys in the downtown area. But the mayor never addressed that. Only 2 city council spoke on it to me. Everybody else spoke on it. This is a shame. We got to clean up our city. Okay, I'm going to give you some ideas. With the $63.7 million, Mr. Mayor, right? Recreation center, buildings for the youth. Entertainment centers for the youth, 2022. Also, you got that national park. How in the heck you going to fix up a place and call it a national park without a hotel? Mayor, explain that. Come on. It's time for you to do your own thing. Stop being a puppet to the Passaic County Democrat Party. Be you. Work with the city council. That's all I'm saying. Okay? And I'm here, I'm here to work with everybody. But I'm not gonna kiss nobody behind. I'm gonna tell you like it is. You're a puppet. You too smart for that. You're a puppet. And stop being a puppet. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. McPherson, Joanne McPherson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Councilman Joanne McPherson, Rosa Parks Boulevard, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here to speak on being appointed as one of the commissioner members of the board of the Paterson Task Force. I would like to thank Councilman Mr. Alex Mendez for providing me with the opportunity to serve as a commissioner for the Paterson Board Task Force. I look forward to brainstorming new concepts to improve and empower our beloved communities within Paterson, New Jersey. Most importantly, I look forward to learning as much as possible from each individual board member. It is crucial that we all collaborate and invent new concepts to enhance the quality of life here in Paterson. As an African-American male, a big factor for me is legacy and doing my part to secure a brighter and better future for others that will come after me. Once again, I am honored to be recommended by Councilman Mr. Mendez to learn new perspectives from serving on the Paterson Task Force Board. I look forward to implementing these new ideas into the community and, most importantly, my everyday life. Because I understand change doesn't take place until it starts from within. I am thankful to be more engaged with my community/city to enhance the quality of life for all Pattersonians. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Robin McTadair. Robin here. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zabir Muqtadir. Came from the NGS Sports Association. Thank you, Mr. Council President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I sent everyone, each councilman here, I sent personally email from my company, which is NGS South Asian Sports Association. Since like almost 3 days, I've been trying to reaching out. I know you guys are super busy. I saw it. I've been waiting here like almost 3 hours. I've seen you guys been discussing a lot of important things for the city of Paterson. But for the record, I've been living in Paterson City in almost 8 years now. This is my first time here, and I've been watching the watch is not working. So it's fine. I can get it. I have no problem with that. And for the record, I email you guys. I send you all the evidence for the Pennington Park upcoming tournament for NGS Sasa round 2nd. Unfortunately, I applied in January 2nd, 2021, with including every requirement the city of Paterson needed, and I submitted with my attorney paperwork. And I have the paperwork right here. I have it all email, and everything is ready. You guys can collect the copy if you guys want to. But problem is, I get a DPW have a meeting with last Thursday, and they say, unfortunately, the slot is over. I apologize. So I don't know. They saying DPW Rodriguez, the director of the DPW, he said it's go by seniority. So my question is, I want to see the seniority list. Because I pay tax. I've been living in Paterson City. I have no problem. I don't create any problem. I'm a sports guy. I represent in Paterson, 2018 badminton champion, 2018 cricket champion, and Mr. Mayor was present. A lot of councilman, councilwoman was present. I have no issue. I don't know what's going on. I try to reach everyone, but no one responding me. So where I have to go, I don't know who I have to contact. And this is the sports. It's even for the sports. You guys talking about the crimes, shooting. Sports can stop this, and you guys all knows about it. And nobody taking, no reply my email. Nothing, no response. I tried to contact with the administration of who's in charge. No one contacted me. So I'm just wondering what's going on. I just want to know. I came here. I have a diabetes patient. I'm a diabetes patient. I've been here a long time. I've been outside from 6 o'clock in the morning, and I came here because I know you guys have it. Today is a meeting. Please, I need the solution.
So you want to step to the side and speak to the DPW director and speak to the mayor also. I think he wants to address you, but they're going to address you after all the speakers speak also.
Okay.
But in the meantime, speak to the DPW director and the mayor, and then I'll step aside also just to hear the outcome. To hear the outcome.
You want to talk to one-on-one or with them, or?
No. Try to speak to them now.
Okay.
Then I'll come around also to see what was the outcome of your discussion with them.
Okay, thank you so
All
much.
right?
Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Please make sure I get a copy of whatever you
I have every single thing. I'll leave it here for you guys.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President. Council President. Council President.
Councilman, you're not addressing the
No,
public right
I'm
now.
addressing you to make sure before the gentlemen leave, clarify, because when they send a email blast, including all the council members, we are restricted to have a dialogue in that email. So
fine.
make sure the gentleman knows that if he don't receive an answer.
So you just stated it right now, and I have
Oh,
to
okay,
repeat
yeah.
it. But thank you,
Because-
Councilman Velez.
Because it's not to ignore his emails, but he tagged all the council members.
Thank you.
And by rules, we cannot entertain a discussion if there's a quorum on it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
I want to say
No,
something.
we can't go back and forth. Just, yeah, speak to the director right there. Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Clarence Anderson. Is he here? He's
I think he
outside.
left.
Okay, he left.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Coleman, Atif Coleman.
He's in the hallway.
But the mic is on out there, I think. That's Clarence and Coleman.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There's no one else on the public portion, Mr. President.
Do
May
we
I
have
entertain a motion?
Move to close.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do we have a second to close the
Second.
public portion? Second by Councilman Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of March 23rd, 2021. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Council President, I'm not going to use my 2 minutes. My vote is yes.
Oh, God.
Let's keep it going.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, that's all you gotta say is like, we just closing the meeting. We get ready to go into some work, order, business that we need to get done. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes, to close the public portion.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Before I vote on the closing of the public portion, I know my Juan, our new commissioner at the Paterson Task Force, will very soon will be voting on. And I just want to say that it is a privilege for me to be able to appoint him into this position. We definitely have to give our youth more opportunity to get them involved in government, in the political arena, and definitely get them involved. We always say that our youth are the future, but let's work with our future then. Let's get them involved in the political arena and into government. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes, to close the public portion.
Councilman Velez.
I gotta use the 11 minutes they didn't use, so my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor.
Good job.
8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed.
So right now, I'm going to have Director of Public Safety come up and address, I guess, some comments from the public.
Yes, I'd like to address the public, and I'd like to address all of you. Clearly, there's been an uptick in gun violence. We all know that we can't arrest our way out of every single problem. So we need community support. We need the community to collaborate with us. And I will tell you, and you know I am out there nonstop. I am 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I can be reached, I'm accessible, and I care. I do have a plan. I wish that I could tell you that plan right now. But all I could say is stay tuned, because I think you'll be very happy, and I think you'll be very proud of what we will do to make sure that we try to do our best to stop people from shooting each other. And we are going to work hard. And if there is anybody out there, any mother, any father, any sister, any brother, anyone, any family member that knows that somebody has a gun, we don't want to arrest you. Take that gun, bring it to a community member, or bring it to a church, or bring it somewhere safely, and let us know, and we'll go get it off that street. But I will tell you, there are things in the works, and I am continuously having those meetings, and we will continue to make sure that we do everything we can to not have one more shooting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Madam BA, do you want to address some of the other concerns that were brought up?
Thank you, Council President. I do know that the concern of the sports league is something that is being addressed.
Being taken care of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So right now, we're going to take item number 49, then we're going to take item number 46 after that. So item number 49?
Yes, Mr. President. 49, sorry, 49 and then 46?
49.
Okay. Next item is item number 49 on the agenda, resolution authorizing calendar year 2021 emergency temporary appropriation for the months of April through May 2021, Finance Resolution 2116.
So move.
Second.
Moved by
Roll call.
Councilwoman Davida, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item 49 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? 49.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Wow, that was good. Good job.
Item number 46, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next item is item number 46. Item number 46, resolution renaming Vreeland Avenue Park Amistad Park and sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and co-sponsored by Councilman Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution 2115.
Second. Come on, fellas. You
So-
see the names on there.
Yeah, just
Right.
give it to.
So it's moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, and second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Just remind the council, we have 2 minutes during roll call.
Roll call on item number 46 for approval.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilman,
When you're, I'm a coach. When you're when the
it up.
momentum's going, you keep the momentum going.
I didn't call your name. Councilman Abdelaziz, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your, Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, but I know what you're saying, Councilman Al, but this is very important. I think that the history lesson that you shared with the entire city, with council members here, some of us has been here long enough to understand the struggles and the slave ships and having ancestors coming from overseas. And I can personally say that I was a niece to a sharecropper, which had 11 children that worked on a farm from sun up to sundown, and people would say to me, well, how you can go so long? When you gotta work from sun up to sundown, and you ain't got no choice, you ain't got paid, they give you 25 cents, then he takes you to his store to spend the 25 cents, and then I've learned how to make biscuit with syrup, I learned how to make sugar water, I learned how to do all that. I can make food out of scratch, I know how to do all of that. When you been brought through this, and when you're able to see history could be made and people, and you can share your history with everybody in the city of Paterson and understand the struggle, because the struggle was real, and the struggle is still real. For a lot of us, the struggle is still real. So we have to, I want to thank my council colleagues for bringing this forward, and and you give a history lesson, because sometimes I always say we need history lesson to understand what life was like. And it's still hard for a lot of us, but I know, listen to my ancestors back in the day of all the hard work they had to do it and everything, and not being able to have. But you know what? One thing they did for us, they made sure we still had a good time. Even working all day long, they made sure we had fun at the end of that night. And fun could be anything, playing some music, riding the pony, riding the mule, whatever. But they showed us still to have fun, even with working hard all day long. That's something that wasn't even ours. So that's why when they said, when it's time for us to get paid for the acre and the 40 mule, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be the first one online. Because I deserve to get paid for my days and my families and my ancestors from going year back. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Emmanuel Capers. Thank you, Sharif Bugs. Thank you to all of you out there for coming. I can't think of the other. For Hoop Dreams.
Willie Peterkin.
Oh, Willie Peterkin. Thank you all. We got to remember history. The only way we're going to do that, we make sure we keep it alive. We got to keep everything alive as we possibly can. So our kids, because we ain't going to be around here forever, so our kids can remember. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
I think Councilwoman said a lot, and I just want to say, just from the measure of people that wanted to move it, I'm sure that you realize that it's going to get full unanimous support. What I will say is, in this first whereas, it says that this law was signed by Governor Corzine, the Amistad Bill, and it created the Amistad Commission in honor of the enslaved Africans who gained their freedom after overthrowing the crew of the slave ship Amistad in February of 1839. So in honor of that, and to all of the families that are involved, I'm sorry, Mr. Jimmy, I don't know your full name, but to the Bug family that I know that you've been very active, Sharif, Peterkin, Commissioner Capers, to everyone involved, thank you. Thank you for loving the city that has seen us born, right? So, with that said, my full support. I look forward to the ribbon cutting and, at least to try to get back to some normalcy soon. But I look forward to that celebration. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I would like to also emphasize the phenomenal educational moment which you often provide. I had some words with regard to this action at our last meeting because, so too often the contributions of African American people are often overlooked and or forgotten. And I talked about this council actually being a feel-good council and taking efforts of feel-good moments as opposed to truly stepping forward and taking action. And I'm glad to see, I didn't know if Mr. Capers was involved in this. I do know that you've been advocating on the behalf of the Amistad legislation, but we continue to fail our community by not allowing for the education to take place. So, I have to acknowledge, as this effort is moving forward, there are moments for conversation and furthering that education because, obviously our schools are failing at doing so. We have not made any effort towards implementing the Amistad legislation. And furthermore, even just ensuring that our children are being educated properly. So it all works hand in hand. I think that, the results of our community is the residual of what we've invested into it and how we we often take a claim, well, the schools are the schools and the city is the city. It's all connected and it's all the same thing. So with that being said, I know I kind of went off the tandem a little bit, but it's very important that we understand that all of these things are interconnected. So, but thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a councilman of the Third Ward, it is definitely a privilege for me to support this resolution. You know, the little restaurant across the street from the park, when the weathers get better, that's my office space. I spend time there, I have my lunch there, and I definitely have a great time in that area. You all know me that I'm very involved in that section. I really want to congratulate, you know, the entire committee, the Buck family, Willie Peter, I see him with his face covered with his fancy face mask. You know, my former colleague, you know, commissioner, you know, thank you so very much for the, you know, for this. And I'm in full support of this. But I have only one request, and the request that I have is for Mr. Richardson. You have no idea how much I enjoy listening to you when you talk about history, the history of the city of Paterson. And you are incredible. I think that, you know, we're not taking enough away from you. My only request that I have is that summer is around the corner, and I definitely would like to see one day about the history of the city of Paterson by you at the park. That's my only request. You put the day, you put the time, and I just want to promote it. I just want to make sure that our kids get into the park and listen to the history of the city of Paterson. You are amazing, you know, and I look forward for that and for all the future event that I know that is going to take place at that park. So once again, congratulations to the committee. And as your councilman, I'll be there, and I'm always available and accessible to all the need that we have in that area and in the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mintz?
So first, let me say, as a former school board commissioner, when I was on the school board, there was a skeleton of the Amistad in the curriculum. Great strides have been taken since then. I remember the committee that Commissioner Capers put in place, and then on the state level, they're now even putting money in the budget for the Amistad. So we have people that are here that, first of all, there was a proclamation day made in the city of Paterson by the mayor to make, forgot the date off the top of my head, but that day was proclaimed as Amistad Day. And the city of Paterson is the first in the state of New Jersey. So I want to commend this committee. This is when we had the conversation, and this is how the ball got rolling, and we're here tonight. So I want to commend the Bug family, Bug Foundation, Mr. Jimmy Richardson, Commissioner Capers, Mr. Willie Peterkin and his foundation, Mayor Jeff Jones, as well as Mr. Raheem Smallwood for that committee on working diligently on this item. And me and Councilwoman Cotton, we had a conversation with you, and we made one request: just give us the information so that we can bring it forward to this council. For me, it's a little different when I go to vote on items like this. My grandmother was a sharecropper. My mother churned tobacco, and she picked cotton. So when it comes to my family lineage and the stuff that we had to encounter, I'm like you, Councilwoman Cotton. I'm waiting on my reparations. We deserve it. Our community has played far too many vital roles, but it's an educational opportunity for every ethnicity, because it wasn't about one particular community, it's about everybody. So I'm looking for the educational opportunities, and I know there's gonna be some great work in this park, and I'm so excited that this park now has a name, because it never had a name before. So I'm really grateful that now it is named, and the work that will be done there will speak volumes to the strides of what's going to happen in the great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
There's a song, a singer that passed away in 1979 in Puerto Rico, and I know Councilwoman Davila is going to remember this song. And a lot of Spanish people used to sing it. And I'm going to say it in Spanish, but I'm going to translate what he used to say. And he says, si yo fuera negro, mi compay, todo cambiaría. Fuera nuestra raza, mi compay, la que mandaría. Remember that song? So in that song says, if I was black, everything will be changing. It will be our race that will be mandating. Strong. Some people know the history, but they haven't learned a lesson. Okay? So saying that, I am proud Puerto Rican. I was raised in the Bronx, and I recall that movie Roots. They used to sit us to watch the movie every summer. And if you didn't learn the lesson through there, and if you didn't carry the history through that, it will be failure. And the other class that used to teach us is that young man up back there, Martin Luther King. Some people know the history, but they don't carry the lesson. And no matter where it came from, no matter what flag I have, no matter what language I speak, I have to go back. We all have something from Africa. That's why we had to be compassionate one to each other. That's why we had to learn from one each other. That's why when you hurt, we hurt. And even if we was in that ship, but our ancestor was there, and they brought back a lesson that we should apply it every day. This project was brought up in 2016, 2017. Somehow it failed in the words. Remember, Mr. Bugs? But thank you to the councilmen that brought it up to life, because it's persistent to learn the lesson and try to stay away from failure and move forward with a lesson. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, I want to thank all the people involved, Mr. Bugs, for your consistent, reaching out to the council. I want to say that the city have to reflect its residents, and this is a good step in the right direction. I want to, congratulate the people that felt that this was very important. I remember while I was in the school district, they made sure back then that we understood, African American history, and I actually appreciated those days. I'm not sure if we're still doing this, but I know back then they made sure that we had, our time during the day to understand African American history. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Excuse me, Council President, may I say something? I probably would be
Sure,
brief.
sure.
First, I want to thank Councilman Cotton, Councilman Mims, and Councilman Mendez for co-sponsoring the legislation. But I got to tell you something that is in the works as we speak. Because of what we did on February 28th, making Armistead Day a day of remembrance, guess what? The state of New Jersey is drafting legislation as we speak to make it a state holiday, or not a day of remembrance or observation. So because of the work that we do here, the state is going to recognize us by making it a statewide day of observation. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
can we do the consent agenda, then we go to the items on the non-consent agenda?
Okay. One second, Mr. President. 7 through 40.
Do we have a motion to entertain the non-consent
just one
agenda?
sec. No,
You haven't read
wait,
it yet.
Mr. President, I have to read it. I'm just trying to get them together because they're not clicked together. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 7 through 40.
So moved.
Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on consent agenda items 7 through 40. Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Did you vote, Councilman? Jackson? I didn't hear.
I heard you, Madam Clerk.
I didn't hear you, Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
That's a fast one, yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 7 through 40 on the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we're going to have to take a break because most of our council members stepped out, and
Yes, sir.
I'm sure some of my colleagues sitting here need a break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, take a break, thanks.
We're gonna take a long break, huh?
Council members, please take your seat. It's all right. Mr. Ming, could we start the meeting? Madam Clerk? We're on?
Yes, Council President, I'm good, when you're ready. Yes.
No, we have 5 in here. We have 6, actually.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, Mr. President.
so
Okay,
we do item number 41.
Hold on, we have 5. Item number 41, Mr. President?
Yeah, just go down the list. Go down the agenda, I mean.
Okay, sir. One moment. Next item is item number 41. Item number 41 reads, Resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for payroll services for the City of Paterson, RFP number 2021-37, Administration Resolution 21152. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
41.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Discussion.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah.
Discussion, Councilwoman Davila.
Just quickly to the BA. Interesting how this item comes up. We were just having a conversation. I just need assurance that this is something that, I know that this is just a proposal, right, to go out and solicit proposals, right? I'm sorry, a resolution to go out and solicit proposals for payroll services. I don't want there to be an impression that, you know, we're trying to do away with our payroll department. To begin, it is a small department. We understand that there is, you know, Terry has retired, always wishing her well, you know, and her health. But I want to be able to see that, you know, we are utilizing the workers that we have in that area, that we're getting them proper training and additional duties, compensation, and also at the same time providing better software that will be able to better that department and the payroll services. So, Council President, I just wanted to make those recommendations because, you know, the articles that go out, you know, it's almost as though, you know, the city wants to get rid of employees. And, you know, I really want to dispel that, and I know I made a statement, you know, that, you know, in my institution where I work, I remember when they went forward, you know, with ADP, and no one lost their jobs. It actually makes it so much better, all right? And for tracking purposes as well, reporting, and so that's what I want to see. So, Madam BA, I'm putting it here. We've spoken about it in the Personnel Committee. Council President has also addressed that as well. And, you know, I do look forward to seeing, you know, those proposals come before us.
Council President.
Thank you.
Councilman Mendez and then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair to Madam BA, and also I just want to place on the record that this is a solicitation for a proposal, and after that, after you get the number and the result, that's going to come back to us, and we're going to be able to have a conversation about numbers and look how feasible and how positive for the community that will be in the budgets as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez, yielding your time to me. Through the chair, Madam BA, you know, Councilwoman Davila just explained it to protect the employees, to make sure that we don't have a reduction in the workforce there. But I'm more inclined to see what will be the saving in this aspect of comparing the contract versus hiring more employees and putting more resources. That probably is going to be cheaper if we bring more people to work into the department. Based on the experience of working in third parties payroll, you know, based on experience, that employees, when they get checks and there's a discrepancy in the check, or the check was cut wrong, or it never got there, they always blame the payroll company, you know, and sometimes delays pay back or whatever. So making sure that it runs smoothly, whoever bid and wins the RFP. But I want to see, before that comes in, if you could send me an email, what will be the saving, the pro and the con, having this payroll system instead of hiring more people into that department and supplying them more equipment, resources that they could do the job better. So that's why I'm inclined to ask you for that analysis when the RFP is finished and if the proposal came in, et cetera, et cetera. So making sure all areas are covered. Thank you, Council President.
Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm not favorable for this. I still believe there's a necessity to further the capacity of the departments. I haven't had an issue with my check, and I don't know too much about it to support it. Again, my confidence and faith in this administration to be able to bring forward what's best for the community has diminished greatly, and I can't support this at the moment. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and let just for the record, let the record reflect that, you know, we're voting on a solicitation of this proposal. After they're gonna come back, the administration will have to come back to this council with a result, and then it's gonna be our responsibility to evaluate what is, you know, how good is this for the city, and if it's convenient or not. So for this time, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
This item is for a competitive bidding process. We have a great purchaser here, Mr. Harry Savalas, so I'm sure that they will definitely do what's necessary when the time comes. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I have a strong confidence vote into Mr. Harry Savalas' work into keeping his eyes and ears open regarding this process. Once again, this is not a message that we send into the in-house service that we give, that we want to privatize or move forward another way. I think that if the administration guarantee that and show us that where's the saving and versus hiring more people and putting more resources into the department will be better than going outside service, that will convince us a lot. So right now is a proposal for it, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One of my councilmen, one of my colleagues stated, you know, they have to come before us. We have to reevaluate it. I'm in favor of anything that's going to try to improve what we do here. I don't think much would change, to be honest. What would change is actually the employees' accessibility, the W-2s. Right now, we have an admin system that, you know, I always am in support of for the accounting function of it, but you don't have to utilize every function of the system. There is some systems that are expert in their areas, and that's what this RFP is doing. We're gonna analyze, you know, what is the pros and cons of doing this, and this is actually gonna support the current employees that we have in the division. It's gonna facilitate the process, and they're gonna improve their function. The company that comes in is not gonna input payroll for us. The same people that are inputting it right now are the ones that are gonna continue to do their job the same way they're doing it right now. So my vote is yes to go out for an RFP.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
I could take a moment, if we can, please, to readdress some of the items that are on that were on the consent agenda. And I only want to bring this to light, and we can proceed as needed, but this matter does concern me, and I see the taxi cab enforcement agents here. So this is a complaint that was posted by a resident, and as you can see, I'll just show you. There's a cab that's parked on the corner in the crosswalk. So resident posted on the Paterson Plus app, and the response that he got was, it's been reported to the planning and zoning officer, Glenn T, and it says, nothing was done. And the comment that was posted back to the resident was, I spoke to the taxi cab enforcement division. They're handling this complaint. They spoke with the taxi company and working on them regarding the parking situation. There's no city ordinance prohibiting them from parking on the street. However, taxi cab enforcement is doing their best. They have them to have them comply with the request. And my concern, and what I want to lend some clarity, is that that is not correct. That there is a provision specifically that talks about the necessity for cabs to park in designated spaces that they applied for their approvals with. And, I have an issue with moving forward with any of these items, Madam Clerk, because these taxi cabs companies have disregarded the whole process. What is the point of making them file and provide lease agreements and things of that nature they have for off-street parking if they're only going to overrun the community and park on the street? And this needs to be addressed before we move forward.
So Councilman, let me ask you a question. Just like every other law that we have in the books, right? They're not getting enforced. If there's a weakness in the laws that we currently have, you have brought up the issue and it's valid. Do you want to entertain? Because personally, I don't think the solution is to close, just hurt the businesses at this point. But to have a conversation with, our director and the administration, Mr. Abushi, I know I spoke to you earlier about an ordinance that Councilwoman Davila and I were working on, but this is another situation that Councilman Jackson has brought up, that we have a process, and before we approve any of this licenses for this cab companies, taxi companies, there's a requirement that they should have a designated parking, spot or facility for these vehicles, but the residents are complaining that they're parking overnight, in city streets. Now, we need to revisit this. I know you probably looked into this, Councilman Jackson, but we have to modify if there's no way to enforce it. I'm sure there is, but if we need to tweak it a little in order to enforce it, we need to look into this.
Council President.
And the issue might be also, and I don't want to speak for the administration or the director, but they don't have any inspectors at night either. They don't have any taxi inspectors at night either, at night. I think they only work during the day. So we're asking them to enforce laws that is hard to enforce because they're not working during that time. For example, if a cab driver goes home to eat, they might be parked in front of the house for an hour. You can't tell them they can't park in the city streets. They could even go park to take a break and go back to work. But I understand them parking on the city streets overnight. We already have an issue with parking as it is. And if we're asking them to have a parking, lot for their vehicles,
They do.
then they should be parked there overnight, not in the city streets. That's just my take
Council
on that
President.
one.
Council President,
Yes,
Councilman
Mr.
Jackson, I hear your concerns. I'm going to have my office pull the relevant ordinance, and to the extent that it needs to be modified to maximize the penalties,
But-
we're certainly going to look into that and pursue that. certainly happy to work with you
So
on
if
that.
I may, Council
I was
President,
gonna make
there's
a,
one.
can I make a request, Councilman Jackson, real
Sure.
quick? So I wanna ask the administration, look into your budget, and we need to have inspectors at night then, also. They work, some of them work 24 hours a day, from my understanding. So we need to have, just look into the matter. Go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
So I don't want to be presumptuous or jump the gun, because there may not be a need for an amendment to any such legislation, but, I mean, it's a very simple process. We have the director and the administration, we should have a reason why there's no enforcement. There should be a reason why. I mean, we continuously want to revisit, legislation. We did that with the early morning road closures, and obviously, that's being ignored as well. So through the chair, Corporation Council, I spoke to Ms. Irving with regard to it, but I have a number of residents who their vehicles were towed at 7:48. We have an ordinance that says the roads cannot be closed before 9 a.m. We have 6 or 7 residents who they were ticketed and towed before 8 o'clock. So we do our job and our part in making sure the legislation is where it needs to be. And on the enforcement side, there's a necessity for that side of it to go as well. So we'll talk about that, because those residents need to be reimbursed, not only for the ticket, but for the tow as well. It's an illegal tow. If their vehicles are being towed before 9 a.m., and it's a clear ordinance that says there's no road closures before 9 a.m., why are these residents' vehicles, why were their vehicles towed?
Council President.
So before we prolong this discussion, we're not in those items yet. We still haven't,
No,
come
yeah, I
up-
just want to make my short
No,
comment.
I know, but
because-
you're gonna get a chance. Let's just go to the item that I requested, Madam Clerk, which is item number, I told you to go down the list. So the next one would be 47, and then we go down the list. When we get to the approvals of the taxi cabs, then we could have a discussion on that.
We already did it. We already did the approval of the council.
We still have
there's
some
some
more on the
more.
non-consent.
Yes.
So let's continue,
One
Madam
second,
Clerk.
Mr. President. Number 47. Next item is item number 47. Item number 47 reads, Resolution appointing Joanne McPherson to the Board of Directors to the Paterson Task Force for Community Action, sponsored by Councilman Mendez. City Council Resolution 21158.
Second.
Move it.
Third.
Moved by
Councilman Mendez.
Councilman Mendez,
I
second by Councilwoman Davila. Velez. That's it, right?
Davila, Mims, and Velez.
And Mims.
Councilman Mendez was kind of
It was
slow.
Davila, Mims, and Velez.
That's why I said second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to you, Councilman Mendez, I met this gentleman twice already, and I didn't even know that he was on the agenda, that you were appointing him to the Paterson Task Force Board, but I can tell you one thing, he seemed very outstanding, and I can tell, just by talking with him, that he's a very good choice, that you chose him to be on this board. So I told him now, I've seen him twice already, so I know who he is now. So I just want to say to you, Councilman Mendez, outstanding choice. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, it was a great pleasure to appoint Joanne as our new commissioner on the task force. And this whole idea is we definitely have to give opportunity to our youth. We have a lot of great talent out there that wants to get into government, and we have to bring them and help them. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
I love to see people appointed that are ready, willing, and able to work. And I have seen him in the office already, so that is a really good sign. Councilman Mendez, I think it's a great person that you're adding, and I know the task force will be made the better because of him being a part of it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
This young man was so eloquent and he did a nice statement. One thing that Councilman Mendez don't know, that he told me, he's gonna take his office, he's gonna run against him. I heard that, I'm just kidding. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Number 48, Madam Clerk?
Yes, next item is item number 48, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Captain John M. Phelan, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, City Council Resolution 21159.
So
Second. Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by
Everybody. Everybody.
So Council
the
President.
entire council.
The entire council.
That's present right now.
So, Council President, this should have read, sponsored by Councilwoman Davila and co-sponsored by the entire council.
It does.
That's
It
what I
does.
just said
It
right
does
now.
not read that way.
No, on the resolution it does.
Okay, very
No.
good, okay.
Right, Madam Clerk?
Okay.
Yes, it's there. It's on the resolution. It's a co-sponsored by all members of the council. It does.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to everyone out there, to his wife, our Deputy Chief, he was absolutely a wonderful person. My condolences goes out to the family, to the wife, to the kids. And I always say we need to, when we can, do what we can to people that have passed on. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, I wanted to, memorialize the life and the legacy of Captain John Phelan. And, truly, once again, I know it's been a loss to the city of Paterson as a born and raised Patersonian, to the Paterson Police Department family. This is a gentleman who gave 37 years of his life in the department. Someone who we know loved the department, someone who we know loved his beautiful wife, our Deputy Chief, Lourdes Phelan. And so, I want to thank the council and to Corporation Council for putting this together, so we can honor him. And, he'll always live in our lives, in our minds and souls. And I wanted this for you, Lourdes, Deputy Chief Phelan. And so, with that said, Madam Clerk, it gives me great pleasure and honor to support this resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Just let's keep the family of Captain John in our prayer. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Deputy Chief Lourdes, you and your family, we're praying for you. Your husband was a really great man, and he had a really great sense of humor. He will definitely be missed, not just from our Paterson's finest, but from the entire city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
We have to leave the legacy of individuals that have planted seed in our city. Captain Phelan, I know he was a great father, great husband, great son, great law enforcer. And my experience with him is that he never had a no when it comes up to quality of life and when it comes up to give back to the community. Lourdes, if you listen to my message, my heart goes with you, your family, your kids, and there's big shoes to fill, and hopefully those that are in the force have learned something and live his legacy. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Yes, I want to thank the Phelan family for all the years that, Captain John Phelan put into the force, and this is well deserved. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Number 50, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 50, resolution ratifying a contract and authorizing payment on the state contract to IEH Auto Parts LLC, doing business as Auto Plus Auto Parts, for the purchase of automotive parts and accessories for the Department of Public Works. Resolution 21161.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 50. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
One of the things I want to tell the director before I vote is, Director, you know when the trust goes in, make sure that any supervisor move it to get it out back to the road, because the longer they take, the service get delayed. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Number 51, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 51, resolution ratifying a contract and authorizing payment for the purchase and installation of a new fluoride at Community Development Public Works, Resolution 21162.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 51. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
We already spoke about this in workshop. Message was sent, so my vote is yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Number 52, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 52. Item number 52, resolution ratifying a contract and authorizing payment for the repair of payloader trucks for the Department of Public Works, Resolution 21163.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Mendez, and Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And Davila, okay. Roll call on item number 52 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Director, my statement was really for this one. Any contractor out there that's working with the vehicles, the DPW, to make sure if they go in, as soon as they get it out, we get the service better into Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
53, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 53, resolution ratifying emergency contracts and authorizing payment to various vendors for snow removal of the Department of Public Works, Resolution 21164.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 53 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Jesus. Hallelujah.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Director, when the state say we have a state of emergency, that's an advantage that we could take to set up a plan before we get inches of snow. We know what we could do before and contract anybody to make sure our roads are clean. So my vote is yes. And thank you for the great job you did.
Mr. President?
It was a tremendous storm. I just hope that we make it part of our plan to use third parties when a storm like this happen, or even a storm of lesser magnitude. You know, I would have a tendency to vote no on this, but I know it was needed. I just hope it's proactive and not reactive. Let's make it part of the plan. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, before we take number 54.
Yes, sir.
We had a motion earlier, but it would not be fair to entertain, at least in my eyes, my personal opinion, to entertain all these licenses, taxi cab licenses.
Yes, sir.
And I know you wanted to add, or you requested to one of the items to be added, and I know it failed. And I'm sure Councilman Jackson has reconsidered before he stepped out. He told me, you know, to go ahead and try to
All right.
reconsider. So, council members, do you mind taking a
Yeah,
vote
let's do
again
that.
to amend the agenda?
Yes, please.
To add number 59?
Yes.
So, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. It was item number 59, and I tried to vote it on, but I didn't have sufficient votes, so it failed to vote it on. So at this time, I would like to we'd like to reconsider item number 59 to vote it onto the agenda.
Yes,
So
Madam Clerk.
moved.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to reconsider item number 59 and item number, let me read item 59. Resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Fast Pat LLC of 35 Broadway in Paterson. City Clerk, Resolution 21-170. So, roll call to reconsider item number 59 to add it to the regular meeting agenda. Councilwoman Cotton?
Briefly, should we just wait for Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, I was gonna
to
say,
come
I
on
mean,
in?
we're doing this, and why are we reconsidering it? The
Because-
person that wants it reconsidered is not here.
Council President explained it was not fair to
he's
detain
back
all
in
of
here.
them. And, yeah, he would.
We could reconsider any time. So Councilman Jackson is here.
But the reconsideration failed.
I know,
So if
but
you're bringing it back with the
Ca-
person, I mean,
Councilwoman, but we're taking an action with the council
all
members
right, so
present.
if somebody says no again, it can't be reconsidered. right?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Well, I thought it was just stated that,
Well, Councilman Jackson's here. He's able to vote on it if he pleases,
You're
if he
requesting
wishes
this to be
to.
reconsidered?
No. I mean, I asked for him to, if he wants to address it when I'm not here, because I'm not supporting this item, but
So you could get up,
so
get
it
up
doesn't
and leave.
done before.
Yeah.
Why are we,
The-
I'm not reconsidering it, so I don't even know what we're visiting.
Okay, so Councilwoman, let me just, your statement made it seem that I'm taking advantage of the situation that he's not here. Remember, we could bring anything to the floor, even if the councilman wasn't here when I brought it up. He did say if I wish to reconsider it, why he's not supporting it, why he was not here. When I initiated this conversation to reconsider it, it was based on my opinion and the opinion of some of my colleagues that they felt, if you think about it, this item, and Madam Clerk, this item has the same criteria as the other ones that we're entertaining right now, correct?
So,
yeah.
Council President, if we
So that's
will,
why I brought it
we
up,
will.
Councilman Jackson, because
I have no,
I'm
I
not
have no,
supporting it,
no
so-
issue with addressing this at another time. We can put together a special meeting or something for next week, but I also ask for the item number 59 to be tabled as well for the same session, so that we can give those owners an opportunity to come before the council, and we can address them prior to,
so you want to table all of the items that are here?
Council
this item
President.
and the 2 taxi cab items.
So Councilman Jackson has a motion to table
Yeah.
all the items.
Council President, let me see if I could bring some highlight. Next week is Holy Week. Next week is Holy Week. It's gonna be a short week, okay? Some people will take vacation to call it a special meeting. A lot of this license will expire March 31st, 2021. I think we should, we should vote on it because we don't want them, then we're not gonna have taxi cab out there. They have to be out of, they have to be parked. And to be in the fair part, I know that Councilman Jackson brought some valid points. And it's all for enforcement. And I had conversation with the director way back when I was at public safety regarding the illegal taxi cab, even putting more inspectors, and even there is a regulation, there is a ordinance that address overnight parking for commercial vehicles from 9 to 6 o'clock in the morning. It's based, if there's no inspectors, police have to do the job, especially when the complaints comes from a constituent directly to the headquarters.
Council President.
So
Very
Councilman,
quickly,
So that could be addressed. What I'm trying to
Why
make,
are we talking about something we're not
Councilman, we're not even
reconsidering?
discussing the item yet.
I know, but you told me I could say my statement.
Councilman,
And we, hold on. If you go to table all of them,
Council, I'm not saying we're going to table
next
it.
week,
Ca-
it's a holiday
Councilman-
week, and it's a
Councilman-
short week.
Councilman Velez, so Councilman Jackson just, requested for the items to be tabled. Right? I know you gave him an explanation, and you have a valid point. So, Councilman Jackson, you still want to take that measure, and then if you
Please,
have a second,
if I may, Council President, what I'm asking, Because I want to give consideration to a business owner. I don't want to just arbitrarily select one when all of them are doing everything, doing the same thing. Yeah, I want to be able to consider this business for, at another time when they can come forward, because they should have come here before us. Now, the provision for commercial parking is not adequate for taxi cabs. Obviously, it does address the fleet vehicles, but it's not adequate because the vehicles for taxi cabs, they fall under a certain tonnage. So officers cannot enforce that, and I believe that's what the director's talking about. I'm not talking about that ordinance. I'm talking about the provision where taxi cabs specifically are required to obtain off-street parking. So it needs to be addressed directly with the owner so they understand. It should not revert to another ordinance for enforcement. This provision makes sure that within the legislation for taxi cab approvals, it is required for them to have off-street parking. So it should be known to them that they must use the off-street parking. Otherwise, they shouldn't own a taxi business in this community.
So Councilman, can I make a recommendation then and a suggestion? We have the laws already in the books, right? Personally, I don't want to penalize the business owners directly, from the council by closing them down. Can the administration authorize, and again, this measure will pay itself, authorize maybe the inspectors that we currently have right now, because we don't have any night inspectors, for them to work overtime and drive around the city and actually, issue summons to all these companies that have the cars parked in neighborhoods. Because if we have a requirement that they need to have a place to park the vehicles, they should not be parked in our city streets. So I think that's a recommendation. I don't think personally, I'm not in the business here of penalizing, businesses, closing them down. This is something that has gone on forever. It's not, closing them down is not gonna address the issue. I think that.
President?
So.
There's a motion on the floor,
There's a
Council
motion on the
President.
We have a discussion, but I just want to hear from the director. I want to hear your take on this issue.
Well, good evening. I'm being here for a good while now. I have a problem in my back. But the taxis, they park in the designated location. Every single one have a location that they could park the cars. What happened is, I never been asked before, and if you guys, you councilmen have any complaints, please address me, and I'll take care of the business, because that's the way it's supposed to be. I heard from Councilman Jackson on Thursday that there was a complaint, but he never said to me what the complaint was. So if you have an issue with any taxi, please, I'm here. So what happened also is that there is 2 shifts that they work, from 6 to 2 and from 2 to 11 or 12. Sometimes they have the whole day, they go and rest a little bit in the house, and then they back on in the streets. That's why you see maybe the cars in the streets. But if some cars are bothering somebody, so call me and I address the owners. That's the way it's been working for so long.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Council President, I asked for the floor.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can go.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll give you the floor after.
no.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay. I just want to say to you, Pedro, I've called you many times, and I came home from council meeting one night. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lady, as I pulled in my driveway, I see someone walking behind my car, and the lady lived. I think she knew. She was watching the council meeting. I guess she knew that it was over, and I was coming home, and she knew where I lived. So she walks up in my driveway to tell me about the taxis parked on the block that she lived in. It kind of scared me because she walked up, but at that point, what I did was I called traffic to say, because they're not supposed to park on the street. It was like 3 or 4 of them, but I can say to you, Pedro, every time I have a call from any of my constituents, I call you. I call you. I haven't gotten a call lately from any, like 25th, 27th, 20, about taxi companies. But every time I do get them, I make sure I call you. You then tell the taxi owners, I know that I call you. When they come to me, I call you. And they know they're not supposed to be there, but constituents, you gotta call. I mean, if they shouldn't have to, they shouldn't have to. They really shouldn't have to, but sometimes sometimes they think people are not gonna call, but people are gonna call. They really are. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Davila.
Council President, I really feel that it's a disrespect. Every single time I ask for the floor, you say, wait a minute, let the director speak, and then I ask for the floor again, and you've done it in various meetings. I think it's unfair. The second thing that I want to address is that you want a reconsideration. If a council member, if Jackson is saying that he doesn't mind, I am saying that I'm not reconsidering.
Just vote no then.
No. Why are we discussing it if we already said no to it? If there's a council person that said no to it, then you can't add it back on. So if you're saying it again to bring it back on.
No, Council President.
Councilwoman, when you finish.
I'm addressing the council president, and I'm trying to understand you bringing this item back on.
I could bring an item, any of us could bring an item for reconsideration.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Before Councilman Jackson, he doesn't approve of this item going on, but he did state, and I appreciate his honesty, he did state that if I wanted to reconsider it, but he wasn't here, we could reconsider it. I know this was a measure that the clerk spoke to me about. This is not something that I want personally on. The clerk, asked me that she was gonna ask the council as a body to add this on the agenda because it was submitted to her a little late, and she just wanted us to consider it. What is the problem if a council member steps out and I want to reconsider it? Any of you could ask to reconsider something.
I'm not saying it's a problem.
So
I'm
you
not
just
saying,
vote
I was
no.
trying to understand why it was coming back.
But what you do is, if we try to make a case to reconsider, the reason why I wanted to reconsider is, if we're bringing, I understand Councilman Jackson's stand. He doesn't want to entertain any other items here. But what is the difference between the item that I asked to reconsider and the other 3 or 4 that are here? That was the reason why. I like to be fair to all the business owners. If, Madam Clerk, once again, asked me to reconsider, and I just don't see why leave one company out when we're already discussing 3 other.
So, Council President, this consideration was for Madam Clerk, because the issue that I'm having is that we've had this happen once, twice. I'm going on 7 years. It happens often that right before renewal, this happens. And it's always, we have to try to add something onto the agenda. So that's where I'm uncomfortable. So this request came from you. I just want to know, why are we getting the paperwork so late? Because the others made it. The others made it to the agenda. This one didn't. That's the difference. We didn't get the information on time.
Well, let her respond, Councilwoman.
No, I spoke to Council President before the workshop, and I said, Council President, March 31st, all these taxi companies will be out of business, those who did not renew, bring the money in. I collected the money. I collected roughly between $90,000 to $100,000 from these taxi companies every year that goes in the budget. So I said to Council President, if they're late after the workshop, will you give me permission to add these items to the regular meeting? So today what happened, one company, the one that I collected their money. I'm not taking up for them. Whatever is required of the clerk's office, I have a CCO to show their parking. I asked, he came in like maybe minutes to 5. So that's why I asked Council President, can I have the council to vote this particular one on? This was the only one, the one for Fast Pat. So if this is not adopted today or any of the other 4, March 31st, they're out of business. The taxi inspector, it's my responsibility to give him a letter and ask him to remove them from out of service.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk, for the explanation. And once again, my take on it was, if we're entertaining the other 3 or 4, why leave this one out? That's why I wanted to entertain it. But that's it.
And Council President, and just to add, you know, you probably don't know history, well, you know probably the history, but this is the oldest taxi company in the city of Paterson, the oldest. They changed name, but it's the oldest. And not because it's the oldest, is that I'm afraid that calling a special meeting next week, that it's gonna be a short week, is gonna put us against the wall, and, you know.
And listen, Councilman Velez, I don't see why we should call a special meeting
That's right, when we
just to
entertain
address
today.
one license.
I know.
President.
So that's why, because Councilman Jackson stated that he don't have no problem to doing a special meeting, but I recall that he said, I told Council President to entertain him while I was not here.
So, council members, once again, you know, we need to ask for the floor, and I apologize to those council members. I don't have a list here, and I don't have red buttons that tell me, you know, remind me like who asked for the floor first. It's not intentional, but this is a great example right now. Councilman Mendez has been very patient. He asked for the floor, but Councilman Velez, I'm not saying you did it intentionally, but he engaged in a conversation. Now, Councilman Mendez could take offense himself, but he's acting like a gentleman. He know it wasn't my doing. So Councilman Mendez, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. The question that I have is directly to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I know we have 4 different items related. Now, are all those companies in compliance with all the documents that they have to submit to the city? Have the inspector have done his job, supervising everything, making sure that they have parking space, that they have everything? So if there's nothing missing on this, or do we need more information?
The taxi company brings in the CCO to me. I think I have copies here. So whatever is required from my end, and collecting the money, getting them on the agenda. For parking, I have a CCO to say they have a location to accommodate 40 cars. If they're not parking in the parking lots, their taxi inspectors, the clerk's office does not have inspectors. There's a taxi division that handles that portion of it. So that's not under my jurisdiction that they're not parking in the required location at night. My responsibility is to collect the application, note that it's notarized, give me the title for the car, show that the cars are insured before I give them the compliance card to go to motor vehicle, give me the paperwork to show that they have a CCO that comes from the planning board, that they have a location, I have it here, to show where these cars are being parked. So once I have that in my hand, in my application, my packet, I approve them. If they are not parking in there, that's the taxi inspector's responsibility, and I have to collect the money from them. If they don't pay, I don't give them a receipt, and I don't put them on the agenda. If they bring in the paperwork without the money, I don't accept it. They have to bring me the money.
In my case, Madam Clerk, my concern is I just want to make sure that you have all the supporting and necessary documentation for us to approve this, piece of legislation that we have on the table. That's my concern. I think that we're not in the business of closing business. I think that the law is in the book. And let me just add, some of you know, I was in that business for over 10 years in the transportation business, and it's correct. A lot of those companies, they work 2 shifts, and you see those cars in the middle of the night, but it's not that they park in those cars, it's that they taking a rest, maybe they're eating, or they doing something, but they're constantly moving. They work 12 hours and 12 hours. All I care is about enforcing, making sure that we're enforcing the law that we have in the book. But that's something that's legit. Some of those cars, they out there 24/7, and that's the nature of the business. Those cars, they stay out. Now, with that being said, Madam Clerk, knowing that you have all the supporting documentation, and the reason why I'm asking this question again is because I'm getting texts. I'm receiving texts about people that are talking about this, and our only business is to approve it based on your recommendation, making sure that you have all the document, legitimate document, and that's about it. Thank you, Council President.
So, that being said, could we entertain number 54, Madam Clerk?
There was a motion and a second to add this, to reconsider adding the item on the floor. Can we remove that from Councilman Mims and Councilman Velez for number 59 to reconsider?
We could take the vote. We already did, we already had the motion. Let's just take the vote, Madam Clerk, to
Well,
reconsider.
there
If
are
he fails,
two
he
counts.
fails.
So, Council President, very quickly. I was trying my best to be as fair as possible. And I hear what Councilman Mendez is saying, but the council's only measure and only ability for a level of accountability is when it comes for renewal. We don't have an opportunity to oversee and or mandate enforcement. So I'm gonna find it extremely difficult to support even the one, and my point is, because it needs a unanimous vote. That's the only thing I'm talking about. But I would hate to single one business out for realistically something that I'm watching another specific business habitually violate. And that's, with all due respect, I don't care how long anyone has been in the business, these people are definitely parking overnight. On my block, they park there every single night. You get up in the morning, the car is there. You go up 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5, whatever, the car is there. So, and this is a habitual habit that's going on citywide. And if you come home during a time when I can see if cars come home at 2 or 3 a.m. to take a little nap, if you come home during the prime hours, you're taking the prime parking spaces, and the residents have already parked. They're not going to get back out of their beds at 12 midnight to come put their car in front of their homes. So I was asking that we consider these items because I think it's important that we have a discussion. We're doing the approval. It's important to have a discussion with the business owners so they understand that there is the necessity for them to park and make sure their vehicles are parked in the designated spaces, and or they should not have an operating license in the city. And this council approves the licenses. We don't do enforcement. But if you want to put it forward again and have me not support it, I guess that's what we're doing.
So,
Are we moving or what we doing?
Madam Clerk.
So we need to remove, if we're not
So,
gonna
Madam
entertain.
Clerk, I'll remove my second.
Okay, Councilwoman Mims remove her second. Who moved it initially?
Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez, do you remove your, motion?
No.
To not,
That's on the reconsideration.
and once again, everything is gonna end, Councilman Mendez just stated, the line from A to Z was a requirement.
Councilman.
If it's enforcement, it's another deal.
Councilman,
you know?
we're a body of 9, right? We're a body of 9. This need unanimous vote. You have one council member
Can I say
that is not in support of it.
Okay.
So we
So
have
it's
two
gonna
options.
fail.
You
Okay.
remove your
Yeah.
motion, or we do a roll call again.
No, it's gonna fail, he's not supporting it.
Correct. So
okay,
do you want to remove your motion?
And we're only,
we don't
only
wanna-
talking about the one that's
Yeah.
added.
Just that one that's not on the
Just
agenda,
one.
correct?
That's not on the
So,
agenda, not the-
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
so Councilman Velez just remove his motion. Let's do number 54, please.
So we're not doing the reconsideration on 59.
Let me put on the record that I'm gonna remove it, I haven't said it.
So are we going to take action on the other 4?
Yeah, wait. I just want to get some.
Councilman
legal-
Velez just stated that he never stated that he's removing his motion. Do you want to
He
put it
never
on the
said that.
record, Councilman
Oh,
Velez?
he didn't say he was, I thought he said yes.
No, it's not,
So you're not removing your motion to reconsider this item, so we,
to bring it when? So if we're gonna remove it, when we gonna bring it back? So, because,
Councilman, that's
Can
a
I
decision
explain?
that we make
It'll be
here,
expired.
that I will have to make, and again, I stated on the record that I just don't see us just coming back to a whole meeting.
Nope.
Although it's important to the business owner. I'm not against putting it on the agenda, but it's not on the agenda, Councilman, I can't do
right,
nothing
it's
else.
not there.
May I ask legal a question?
so if you don't bring it next week, it's gonna be out of business, probably to 2 more weeks.
Yes.
No, we have a meeting on the 6th, Councilman, which we're gonna have a special meeting on that meeting. So could we entertain number 54 and continue, and then we could reconsider it later on if we want to? But let's just entertain the items that are on the agenda
I
now.
move my motion, I remove my motion.
So let's do number 54, please.
Yes, sir.
I had a question before he do all of that.
Yes, Council President, do you want to entertain?
Councilwoman
I
Cotton.
just want to get legal opinion from my lawyer over here. we're entertaining, how many others we have? I need your legal opinion. We're on public TV, so this is aired everywhere. We're on public TV. We're entertaining 4 other businesses, and we're not entertaining that one because it was late coming on the agenda, but Madam Clerk got all the information that she needed. They can come back to us and say, she had everything. We didn't want to entertain just that one business, but we're entertaining 4 or 5 other businesses. What kind of position does that put us in, Corporation Counsel?
Respectfully, Councilwoman Cotton, I think your colleague, Councilman Jackson and Council President are right. Procedurally, we need a unanimous vote of everyone present here. The fact that it didn't make it on the agenda is unfortunate, that it didn't timely make it on an agenda such that you need a unanimous vote to put it on the agenda. But the wisdom of that decision is vested in this council.
Right.
The procedures are what they are, and the procedures need to be followed. I think there's been a vigorous debate here tonight, and this deliberative body can make its decision. Other than that, I don't think it's inappropriate for any other legal opinion. But procedurally, your colleagues are on sound footing.
No, but I'm
Thank
saying
you.
I want a legal opinion from you, but you don't want to give it.
So Councilwoman Cotton,
Okay,
it is
go
the
ahead.
responsibility,
Ask for-
I understand, but I understand his point.
Right.
It is the responsibility. They could take any action they want.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they're gonna win. We have a process in place at the clerk's office. The clerk is trying to work with the businesses to add it on the agenda. Now,
Yes.
this gentleman's application or paperwork came in late. The best thing that the council, Madam Clerk could have done for this business in trying to help them
Yes.
is ask the council to add it on the agenda. This applies for anything, entertainment license or any other business. They know they have a time frame to submit the things to the clerk. I think Councilman Velez stated that this is the oldest company or one of the oldest companies that we have in the city. Although I'm in favor, I'm pro-business, I also have to respect my council colleagues. There is one councilman that feels that this item shouldn't be added to the agenda. He has his reasons. Then why are we even entertaining it this far? The recommendation I made was, let's go over 54 through 57. And then at that time, if my colleagues change their mind, we could entertain it again. If not, we close the meeting. So let's do number 54. We're not getting anywhere discussing this item. Let's do number 54.
Can we do it all together?
No, we have to have.
No, No, there's a
we have to
non-consent
have this
agenda.
Separately, number 54, they have to be separately.
Okay.
They're a little different because there are 2 companies here that is transferring to another company some of the cars. And then we have to renew those licenses.
Correct.
So we have to do them separately.
All right.
So I'll read number 54. And number 54 reads, resolution approving transfer of 20 taxi cab registrations from Excellent Transportation, LLC of 293 Park Avenue to Taxi Paterson, LLC of 468 Market Street. And in Paterson, their mailing address is 742-7044 River Street, and that's the parking location. City Clerk, Resolution 21-165.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez.
Excuse
Moved
me.
by Councilman Velez, second by Mims.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So,
Continue. The roll
Council
call.
Vice President just corrected me, Madam Clerk. It was moved by Councilman Velez.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, you
Councilman
do?
Velez and
All right,
Councilman.
roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Jackson?
Once again, Madam Clerk, I cannot support these items without first having some closure on and answers directly from the owners, and I think it's very irresponsible for us to continue to do so. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm always in support of our business in town, and I'm relaying my decision based on our clerk that has all the supporting documentation that she needs in order for us to approve this license, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so I saw this taxi cab owner running in, making sure his stuff was in, trying to get it on time. My wisdom to all business owners, when it comes to renewing your process, get it in early so you don't have these encounters. But this is on the agenda, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
You know, this is what COVID brings us. You know, this company had to sell 20 licenses to another because he was not doing good business in the other side. So, congratulations, whoever purchased it, to make sure the service and taxi out there continue. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Before we do 55, I'm going to ask, in the past, I remember the owners actually being here for, in case we had any questions for them.
What happened, I think, Council President, why we didn't entertain it this time? Because of the COVID, we did
Got
not
it.
want to have too many people in the chambers.
Okay.
And I think that was one of the reasons.
Thank you.
President.
Let's do number 55. Yes, Director.
I just want to say that we lost 10 taxi drivers during COVID. And it's been hard for them this year. So that's why some of them didn't come on time. And we delivered the applications on time and everything, but to get the money to pay, it's been really hard for them.
All right.
So I ask permission to dismiss if you need me for anything else.
Well, you got to stick around because we have a few more to discuss. That was number 54. We got to do. Thank you. Number 55, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. So number 55, it's the resolution approving the 20 taxi cab registrations for Taxi Paterson, LLC of 468 Market Street in Paterson. That's the mailing address. And their parking location is 742-744 River Street. That's the parking location. City Clerk, Resolution 21-1.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Mendez and
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by
Councilman Mims.
Councilwoman Mims. I don't know if Velez also.
Velez.
And Velez.
Yeah, thank
Roll
you.
call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Just ask is, we transferred, so now we're renewing it for the company that we transferred to.
Right, so this
Okay.
company that gets these cars, no.
Okay, now we like renewing the transfer.
Right, so at this
Okay.
point, no.
I just want to just say
Yes.
before I say yes, that,
Yes, ma'am.
it seems like the city of Paterson, we don't do well in court. We just don't do well, so I just want to put that out there. Madam Clerk, my
Yes.
vote is yes.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Mendez?
It's my turn, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I just want to repeat my statement I'm basing my vote on you, Madam Clerk. You have all the support and documentation. We're not in the business of closing business in the city. We're just here in support of a local business and making sure that they stay out there. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I had to commend all this
You take a lot
taxi
of taxis.
taxi company. You know what? Since they invented a drawing in
Yeah.
Lyft and Uber, they be struggling.
I know they struggle.
And on top of that, the illegal taxi individual out there, they be struggling. I have to
Yeah.
commend them that being here in Paterson and in a small city compared with the company of taxi we have a lot for less city that we have. And having the competition out there I commend them. And let me tell you something. And not only that, on top of that, what they go through with the robberies, with the assault, and all those things, listen, you have to look at the big picture. So thank you for staying Paterson. Thank you. At least we got cabs out there. And more mainly, we had to revisit if the vouchers for the seniors and all that stuff because they get the opportunity with the cab to get a low fare. So, thank you for your service. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
I know we're going, but can we take a reconsideration for item number 59 at this time?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Second.
Councilwoman Mims want to reconsider, and it
Second.
has a second by Councilman Velez.
Yes.
So roll call to reconsider number 59 on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to reconsider item number 59 was resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Fast Pat LLC of 35 Broadway. City Clerk, Resolution 21-170. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
There's a motion.
Is a motion,
Moved by
Mims and-
Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to reconsider item number 59 to be voted onto the agenda. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
I would not want to have my mother struggling to get a ride. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
With all the respect of my colleagues, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 59 has reconsidered. Now I need a motion and a second to vote this item.
Move.
Moved it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Mims.
Councilman Mendez.
No, it was moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Council Velez and then Mims. Two moved by us and second by Councilman Mendez.
Moved by Velez and Mims, second by Councilman Mendez.
We like to be together.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Okay. Roll call to vote item number 59 on the regular meeting agenda, a resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Fast Pat LLC of 35 Broadway. City Clerk, Resolution 21-170. Councilwoman Cotton?
Are we voting on the item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we're voting onto the agenda now.
We
No,
added
we're
on the
voting to
agenda.
approve it.
To include on the agenda.
Oh,
To approve.
okay. I just
approve
want to
it.
say that, you know, I mean, you can't, to me, everybody's struggling, really, really, really bad struggling. As he said, my Pedro inspector, chief inspector, you know, it's like 10 taxis. I can see how they're transferring, because I remember back in the day, you know how long it took to get a taxi license? Then we have a lot of them out there. I sat in here when they was pulling the ball for, everybody was trying to get a taxi license, and you know, and it was just so many of you guys, and I'm looking at this now, you got 32 taxis being transferred to another company. That means they're struggling out there, you know, you're struggling to get your money together, you're struggling against Uber, Lyft, all that, so opportunity, we shouldn't stop people from opportunity. Sometimes things happen. You don't know what happened. You don't know why he was struggling. He's getting the money together. I don't know why. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
No,
To vote it onto the agenda.
Sure, my vote is yes to include this item 59 on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims? Thank you.
So I'm confused. I thought we already voted it on the agenda.
No, we had to
This-
reconsider,
Reconsider.
reconsider, because it failed.
So good fast.
But I thought we voted on that.
Yeah, we
Corporation
already-
Counsel, could you give your legal, just quick, I know we're in the middle of roll call,
Y-
but I
yes,
thought we
so-
voted for it to go on
So,
already.
so reconsideration, I think, passed, so that now it's on.
Now we're voting
it's-
for the item.
Yeah, now you're voting
Okay,
for the item.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Okay, Councilman Velez?
All the above, you know, and whatever they say positive about the taxi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, because this is one of the companies that sometimes waive fees to their passengers. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 59 is added onto the regular meeting agenda of March 23rd, 2021.
So we're doing 57, Madam
No.
Clerk.
Well, I think for clarity purposes, it should be clear, and if not, it should be clarified. My understanding, there was a motion to reconsider that was second. It passed unanimously. Then there was a motion to add it on to the agenda, which was passed unanimously, and then approval, third vote, which was voted on unanimously. That's my understanding of what occurred. To
Okay.
the extent that it didn't, then we need to clarify it to ensure its binding nature.
Right. So it's not passed yet, we just voted on the agenda, so we have to vote to adopt it.
Okay, good.
So we're doing
If we can do
57
that.
right now, Madam Clerk, right?
57. Next item, 56.
I thought we did 56.
No, we didn't. We were
All right,
interrupted.
so let's do 56.
Next item is item number 56.
No, we have to vote on this one that we just said.
No. Council members, please, you know, Madam Clerk has been here for a long time. She knows what she's doing.
President, we
We're
know-
going to do number 56 right now.
Yes.
And then when we get to 59, we get to 59.
Oh, okay.
Next item is item number 56. Item number 56, resolution approving transfer of 32 taxi cab registrations from Mr. Green Taxi LLC of 886 East 24th Street in Paterson to Super Green Taxi LLC of 886 East 24th Street in Paterson. That's the mailing address, and the parking location is 791-799 East 25th Street.
Move.
City Clerk, Resolution 21167.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Sorry. I have never seen this many transfers. And I know how many companies that we had out there. I knew because I was here when we did the drawing. I was here. This is a lot of transfers, but at least someone. I know. I remember the lottery. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Voting on item 56, Madam Clerk, as my original statement, knowing that you have all the supporting. Sorry, as my original statement, knowing that you have all the supporting documentation, I'm basing my decision on this, and it's been very difficult to stay in business now and then. The least that we could do is to work with our local business, taxi cab, restaurants, and anyone that hold a license in the city of Paterson to make sure that they keep the door open and to make sure that they keep providing the service to our residents. We all struggling in this time, and as I mentioned before, we are here to support our community, and if they have everything in place, we should all support us. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman. And Councilman, Mr. President, Councilman Mendez, whatever documentation I have here, the information, it's reviewed by legal. It's not.
Well satisfied, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
You know, we have two taxi company operating from the first ward. We have two operating from the fifth and two operating from the fourth. So I well know where they're operating from. And I well know the long time that my good city clerk is being working with us. So I know they do a diligent job. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted. 57?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So now we are approving the 32 cars for this new company. Resolution approving 32 taxi cab registrations for Super Green Taxi LLC located at 886 East 24th Street in Paterson. That's the mailing address. And the parking location 791-799 East 25th Street. City Clerk, Resolution 21168.
Second.
First, sorry.
Move.
So moved by Councilman Mendez,
I say
Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 57 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, yes, but Councilman Velez, none of these are in the fourth ward.
Yes, you have.
Which one is?
No, I say that we have.
Okay, I'm just saying.
No,
they're
no,
on the
not
agenda.
these, but I know
Okay.
you have to.
Madam Clerk, my
we're in the
vote is
middle.
yes.
We're in the middle of roll call.
I understand, but I want to make him clear so he'll know, that's
Jeez,
all.
I say we have.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I always say we learn from history. Green Taxi was Mingo Taxi in that time, see? 33 years in the city of Paterson, so Mingo Taxi. And they still operate from the Fifth Ward, and yes, they have a lot on the Fifth Ward. And using my 2 minutes, and Director of Transportation Taxi, you know, I know he has experience with me, not only goes with a complaint with him, we also address it directly to the owners. They have seen me there. So saying that, what they're gonna do when they come for you? My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
Bad boys, bad boys.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
Number 59, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 59. Item number 59, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registrations for Fast Pat LLC of 35 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. City Clerk, Resolution 21170.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Mendez, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 59 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
As we stated, the history give us a lesson. This is the first time we had a big discussion for one company. We're gonna have to learn the lesson. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 59 is hereby adopted. Mr. President and honorable council members, this company, they have another company at that same address which they didn't renew. So I'm hoping that they will get here in time for the next workshop.
Okay, Madam
Move to
Clerk.
close.
Move to close.
No, we have other things
We
not
got
completed.
second reading.
So Madam Clerk, items 1 through,
We haven't done them yet.
we have to do
Councilwoman.
number 6.
We haven't done them yet.
What about 1 and 2?
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the second reading ordinances, did you want me to handle second reading ordinances at this point? Or
No,
number
we
six?
can't, we can entertain those. We can't entertain those 1 through 5 today.
Okay, this is what Mr. President, item 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, those are second reading ordinances. Because they were published in the newspaper, and it requires a public hearing, and at that meeting, I put into the record that the second reading will be held on March 23rd. So at this point, I have to get a motion and a second on the floor and table these ordinances so that the public know that they are tabled to March 27th at April 27th at another meeting. I do have a communication from finance that I have to read into the record.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
I believe we're gonna have a special meeting on the meeting of the 6th of April. Can they be included in that special meeting?
No, because the local finance board has to meet. If I read this memorandum that I have from the.
Yes, Council President, I think what we will suggest, though, is we put the sewer one onto the special meeting of the 6th, so that we can then include that with all of these, with 1 through 4, for the local finance board meeting in April, and then all of them, all 5 items can be on the agenda for April 27th. Because that's the one item that we had pulled off,
Yeah,
that one
because on
ordinance.
this communication, it said the local finance board will not take action until April 14th. They have to take action first before we actually adopt.
Yeah, I was not aware of that detail. When they were meeting, I just, I had a conversation with the administration, and they suggested to, put it on the 6th, but I guess they cannot be done on the 6th, so it would have to be done on the 20.
Just the one, we would still want the one on the 6th, Council President.
Okay, Madam
Because-
Clerk, so let's put the sewer ordinance for the 6th,
The one that we had earlier, on the 6th special meeting,
for the special meeting.
the CO1? Okay. Which one would you like to entertain at this time? Did you want me to address the second reading ordinances?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, just for the record, and I have to get a motion in a second. So our next items will be our second reading ordinances, and these are items 1, 2, 3, and 4. And what I'll do at this point, I'll just read the memorandum from finance. There are 4 bond ordinances scheduled for the regular meeting of the 27th. Bond ordinance number 1 is bond ordinance providing for various public works improvements by and in the city of Paterson, the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, reappropriating excess bond proceeds in the amount of $940,177, therefore, and B, appropriating $2,176,860, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,073,200 to provide for part of the cost thereof. And this is finance, and this is ordinance 21009. Number 2, bond ordinance providing for various fiscal year 2020 capital improvements by and in the city of Paterson, the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1,616,473, therefore, including A, $750,000 grant to be received from the state of New Jersey, and authorizing the issuance of $837,116 bonds or notes to the city to finance part of the cost thereof. And this is Ordinance 21010. Number 3, bond ordinance providing for various improvements for the fire department, the Office of Emergency Management, and the police department by the city of Paterson in the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $2,415,000. Therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,300,000 bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance Number 21-011. Number 4, bond ordinance providing for the road reconstruction and resurfacing program by the city of Paterson in the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1,333,696. Therefore, including a grant from the New Jersey Department of Transportation and authorizing the issuance of $1,333,696 bonds or notes of the city to finance the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 21-012. May I have a motion to table these 4 items to the next regular meeting?
Second to
April?
table.
Move to
Moved
table.
by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to table items number 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are bond ordinance to the next regular meeting of April 27, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 1, 2, 3, and 4 for second reading is tabled to the next regular meeting of April 27, 2021, and there will be a public hearing as well on that day. Thank you. And then there's one more second reading that we can take action on.
Why?
Number 5.
All right.
Can I continue?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Next item for second reading is item number 5. Item number 5, and a public hearing is required. An ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 435-11 regarding types of sidewalk pavement. Public Works Ordinance Number 21013.
So move.
Second.
Is that Councilman Mendez?
No, I got a beautiful voice, though. Yeah.
Who
So,
moved?
Madam Clerk, this ordinance needs 5 or 6 votes?
5.
Almost.
Second reading.
Move by Mendez.
Sorry, Council President, the bond ordinances is what requires the 6 votes.
Correct.
Yes, when we do a second reading. But for any other regular ordinance, it's 5 is required for second reading.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion by
Both of us.
By Mendez and Velez.
so Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Second by
Councilman Mims.
Means,
Councilman Mims. Okay.
Roll
Mr.
call, Madam
President,
Clerk.
no, I have a motion and a second. The public hearing is now open.
See no,
I'll
move to close.
Unless they want to say something, no? Okay.
Okay, so no one is here for the public hearing on item number 5, so we entertain a motion to close by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Roll call to close the public hearing and for item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closing for item number 5. So, may I take a roll call to adopt this on second reading?
Yes, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to approve item number 5 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on for second reading.
Still have number 6, right? Resolution number 6?
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 6. And item number 6 is the introduction of the 2021 budget of the Bunker Hill Industrial Park Special Improvement District. Resolution addressing 2021 budget procedure requirements for the Bunker Hill Industrial Park Special Improvement District. Authorizing reading by title only. Authorizing budget introduction. Directing the clerk to advertise it and schedule a public hearing, and directing the assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district. Finance Resolution 21117.
Move.
Move it.
Second.
Move it by Councilwoman Cotton.
Oh, that's true. It's on her ward.
Madam Clerk, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Was this presented to workshop?
No,
Yes, it did.
no.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
Maybe we have a discussion.
Huh? No, you know what happened was that no one came because the budget and everything was under resolution.
Council President.
No, we didn't have
Right.
a discussion.
There was no discussion.
There was
Yeah,
no-
it was, and this is only the introduction, so.
Right.
Just the introduction.
Yeah, so let's proceed.
Yeah.
Madam
Moved
Clerk.
by Councilwoman Cotton, Madam Clerk.
No.
Second.
So,
I
moved by
second.
Councilwoman
I
Cotton,
thought
right?
it was,
Yeah,
Who moved it
I
originally?
move it, but I move it because
It
she
was in
said.
it's in my ward, people. Come
I
on.
know, that's what I said,
moved
by-
Councilwoman.
Council President,
it
if I
was
may,
moved by
I think
Cotton and
the,
Velez and second by
Councilman
myself
Mendez,
and
you have the.
sure, and the only way that I feel, without moving this so fast is because it's always for me a satisfaction to support Bunker Hill Industrial, this seat, because we just have to look at the budget out of the $170,250, how they split in the budget, the amount of money that they put in security on the Bunker Hill area, 65,000 out of the 170, and the maintenance, 81,000. They keep in that industrial area clean and safe. I wish we could have other cities in the city of Paterson that reflect this type of budget, the way they allocating the funding. That's the only reason why I say, you know what, this is great for us and we should
So-
move forward.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. So, okay, roll call on item number 6 for the introduction. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. When I think about special improvement district, but this is an industrial improvement district, but what I find is that when businesses come together, when I realized 8 years ago that Times Square was an improvement district, when I realized that the Ironbound section of Newark, which is the biggest improvement district, especially in the state of New Jersey. So, and you can see the value when you come together, as businesses come together, to make sure that their area where they are what it needs to be. They still need help from our city, our police department, and other stuff like that. But when I see what Special Improvement District does, and it really came to me when I realized the Times Square area and the city of New York, how they came together, and you can see how the change happened in the Times Square. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just before my vote, I just would like to talk a little bit about some number, very brief before. Out of the 170,250, they have security service 65,000, maintenance in Bunker Hill 81,000, landscaping project 10,000, executive administrator salary 4,000, marketing 1,000, maintenance supply 1,000, professional service 3,050, office administration 250, and insurance 3,500, postage 750, and miscellaneous 700. And the reason why I'm talking about those numbers is because I'm challenging right now the downtown improvement district to present a budget like this. I'm challenging them. They're gonna come back in the future with that because that's exactly what we need in our downtown area. Security, maintenance, $81,000 out of the 170. If we have a seat like that in downtown, our downtown area will look totally different. But I'm challenging them to come back. They could make it right and present a budget that reflects those numbers. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
so to my understanding, the downtown district already has that. It's been presented to this council. We've even requested for them to provide a 3-year analysis of what their budget looks like. So Councilman Mendez, I'm gonna make sure they let you see it, but they definitely have this already outlined. And we've been doing it for the last couple of years, so they've been given a projection from the last 3 years. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. Councilman Velez?
So once again, the history of Bunker Hill SID had teach a lesson to others. Take the recommendation, Director Orlando Cruz and the board, he challenged you to present that. So that's a lesson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 6 is approved on the introduction. Public hearing on this Bunker Hill Industrial Park resolution. The public hearing and the adoption of the budget will be held at the next regular meeting of April 27, 2021 at 7 p.m. So this is just approving the introduction. So the budget will be adopted on April 27.
So, Council President, they got to come in and present it really when, okay, good.
So do we have a motion to close the meeting, Madam?
Move.
Council members?
We still have
One
items on the
second, Council
agenda.
President. There,
No. I think.
Okay.
We have items 42 through
Easy,
45.
easy.
42 to the 45. I thought we're finished. Hold on.
okay, Council President, if I may, for the record, item number 44 and item number 45 will be removed from the agenda. We did not have those resolutions. So 44 and 45 is taken off. Yeah, you can ask the President.
So we're entertaining, so we only have to take care of 42 and 43, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you speaking on which one,
The ones that we have to take off, 44, 45.
Can you make it brief?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
I just wanted to, for Women History Month, I wanted to recognize these 2 sergeants on the police department. I wasn't able to get everything that I needed, but I just still wanted to put it out there. And October 13th of 2015, these 2 women, the last 2 black people, African American, but they happen to be women, was promoted sergeant under the consent decree from the United States of America. When I came here for their promotion, to me, they were not given a fair ceremony like we're used to seeing ceremonies. So I just wanted to recognize it. I want everyone to know out there, our last 2 people with the consent decree that was put on the city of Paterson by the United States Department and the 2 ladies that got promoted to, it was 2 people, but there was 2 females, African Americans, that got promoted to sergeants, was Sergeant Tamiko Griffin and Sergeant Karen Rayfield. We will come back at a later time when I'm able to get all my paperwork, but I just felt that I was the only council person here on October 13, 2015, to see these 2 ladies get their promotion as sergeant on the Paterson Police Department. And I just wanted to recognize that for them, because they were not given a ceremony like we used to see in ceremony. So with that being said, we will come back, but I just want to add, and I'll tell Councilwoman, but I just needed to put it out there. We will be back, Madam Clerk, when I get all the paperwork, with Councilwoman Mims with me, putting this together for our last 2 sergeants.
Can I get that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could we do item 42, please?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 42, resolution memorializing Pastor Shelby Mack Phillips, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, co-sponsored by Dr. Mims, City Council, Resolution 21153.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be real fast, but we had the homegoing service for Shelby Mack on Sunday. I wasn't able to go, but let me tell you something. Shelby Mack, my husband and I were like her children, and she saw how we blossomed, but with the help of her, how we came up. She started out with us when we first got married. So I just want to say to the Shelby Mack family, Reverend Shelby Mack, rest in my condolences. Your mom was going to be missed. She was our singer. She was everything. She was truly going to be missed. She was a mom to a lot of people. She was a mother to a lot of people in this city. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm going to miss her. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So Reverend Shelby Mack was a pioneer in our community. She was an amazing, amazing singer, a powerful preacher of the gospel, and a great community mother. To her family, we're definitely going to miss her. Councilwoman Cotton is right. I was there on Sunday at the celebration, so I'm praying for the entire family. She will be missed, and this is just a small token of what we can do for her from the city council. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
We have laws, a lot of pillars
Yep.
in the city. And real important pillars, you know what? Not only what Councilwoman Menz just stated, all the involvement it has, pillars that when they used to go to the war room, that little room out there that nobody see them and they pray for the city. Those pillars will keep our city moving forward. Hopefully, God raise more people with that same sense of ministry, and right, and create pillars that will sustain the city and our leaders and put it on the right track. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 43, resolution memorializing Cornelius Hill, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims, City Council, Resolution 21154.
Second.
I'll move it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims, Mendez, and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just, we lost another person, a pillar in our community, Cornelius Hill. He was our photographer. He was a photographer for everybody. If you needed some pictures taken, he was always there. He was always a community person. He showed up for everything that we had. So I just want to say to the family, my condolences. He's going to be missed. And we're dearly going to miss him. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
To his wife Pat and to the family, I am praying for you. Cornelius was definitely one of Paterson's pioneers. He did pictures for almost everybody. I remember 2 weeks prior to his passing, when I called his phone, I couldn't believe he answered the phone. And we had a long discussion, and he talked about some of the things that the doctors were saying. And then to find out within a week and a half after the phone call that he passed away. But he will definitely be missed. We're praying for his family. And I believe what Councilman Velez said, that we definitely have a lot of people that have been in this community. And he's a third ward resident that's been here for a long time, that we're definitely going to miss them. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
You know, Cornelius was one of those individuals that no matter what, he always make you look good, right? You say, Cornelius, I'm not gonna look good. I do a great job, don't worry. And the thing is, always involved in the school district, in the forums, that he always was doing, taking pictures and all that. So he's really gonna be missed. My condolences to the family, and let's keep on praying for those families. It's not having been 2020, 2021. It's not being a good year. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 43 is hereby adopted. There are no more items on the agenda.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of March 23rd, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to be long. I received 2 things in an email today, and this is the first time I ever seen it to you out there, constituents. And I'm not quite sure. I think the state of New Jersey that's giving money out, not giving money out, but doing funeral assistance. And I never had seen this before, so what I'm going to do is maybe see if the John Main can post it on the city website, the city website, and run it on Channel 77, and I'll post it on maybe my page, but it's asking for, if you need help with your funeral assistant, and I guess they probably have seen a lot has come through. Also, they have, also the rental assistance for landlords and for rental assistance for property owners and tenants. So I'm gonna post this as soon as I can and ask them to put this out too for that. I think the enrollment starts, or it started yesterday, so I will put it out there for you all out there, constituents, to help renters and to help homeowners. I have my next meeting on the crime prevention through environmental design. It will be on Zoom. I'll post a link on my Facebook page if anybody interested in coming on to help with us. It takes the community for us to do it all. With that being said, there's just so much. I just want to say to you all out there, COVID is still alive. It's still alive. So people, I'm telling you, you still got to stay safe. You still got to wear the mask. You still need to stay the 6 feet apart. So I want to say to you out there, please remain safe. I do want to say too that to all the families out there with the violence that has been going on, my condolences and my sympathy. But I think that we have to put our hands out as much as we can to the village. We have to go out there and try to say we're going to start adopting families to help the situation that's happening in our community. We you know, it's really hard that's out there now, but with that being said, Madam Clerk, God bless you all out there in the city. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, let's also continue, let's keep those families that lost a loved one during this pandemic or any other incident in our prayers. We all know that we're going through a very difficult time in our city.
Yeah.
With the violence which is out of control. And the director spoke about a plan, and it's my hope and my desire that he definitely move forward with that plan, because the community's been waiting for a very long time. Violence is still going up in every area of the city of Paterson. Now it's not only in one specific section. So I'm looking forward to have that conversation at the Police Safety Committee meeting with the director. Also to the chair, to our corporation council. We spoke, a couple of days ago about this legislation to enforce the penalty on those people that are coming into our town to dumping garbage left and right. I have a few texts today about people that came into some area of the third ward and just continue dumping garbage, construction, and any other material. The city and the DPW department has been spending a great amount of time and resources into picking up those garbage. So I look forward maybe for the next workshop to have something solid, to have a discussion with the governing body. I know we could make it happen. This is this is a 911 situation, because I know that we have cameras now through the DPW department that they're going to be able to catch those people. But when they go to court, guess what? They walk away with a minimum, and that's what we don't want. We want to make sure that they feel the pain when they get caught dumping garbage in our community, because that's one of the biggest problems that we have. So I look forward to have something for the next workshop to start moving on that direction. So Paterson, God bless you all, and let's keep praying for our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So to our Paterson community, first of all, I want to give out my condolences and lift up prayers for all of the families that have been impacted by the senseless gun violence that has taken place all over the city. I'm praying for you, praying for your families, praying for justice to be served in all of these capacities. I have put in place, as your councilwoman at large, tomorrow night there will be an all-hands-on-deck community Zoom meeting. We're calling everyone to the table. It will be on Zoom at 7 o'clock. Our police director is already confirmed. I'm looking forward to some of my council colleagues to be present on this Zoom meeting on tomorrow night. It's about coming together and collaborate. Absolutely, Councilman Velez. Coming together tomorrow night to work on listening and also collaborating to put together some ideas and recommendations that possibly will provide some resolution to what's happening. So it's not just one entity, it's for everyone. It's for the families, it's for the youth, it's for the elected officials, school officials, everyone, faith-based community, non-for-profits. I think in order for this to happen, we all have to come to the table. So tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, please, on my Facebook, just send me your email. We'll be sending out the Zoom information between tonight and tomorrow morning. Well, it's almost morning now. It's almost 12 o'clock. Also, the Paterson Public Schools is having, the PTO Leadership Executive Board is presenting a budget forum on the 24th at 6 o'clock. It will be on Facebook. Please go to the Paterson Public School website to understand the budget planning process for 2021 and 2022. For tomorrow, please send me your email. You could go to my Facebook, Lalisa Mims, and inbox me, or you can text it to me, 973-902-1957. Tomorrow, we're looking to get a lot of feedback. I've gotten some information already, and so we're going to put it together and present all of this information to this administration to help every ward of our community to be safe. Also, to our women, this is Women's History Month. This is our last meeting before the end of the month. We celebrate you not only in March, but you are celebrated every single day for all that you do. There's a great book that I recommend for women and men to read. It's called Men Are Like Waffles and Women Are Like Spaghetti. Gives you an understanding of how we're wired differently, but it's an awesome read. So I recommend that reading to all of our men and our women, and also to our children and our educators. My prayer is always with you, because I know it has been a struggle with the virtual learning process. Through the course of the day, my time is always managed with helping my son as he's a senior in high school. So normally in the mornings, that's where I am. So someone asked why I was not at a press conference today, but it was duly noted. I'd already told the administration I was not going to be there in the mornings. That is where my time is spent, whether there or doing counseling. So if I'm not there, there's always a reason why I'm not present, but I have a lot of work to do in this community. So if I'm not at all the press conferences, it's not anything personal. It's just that there's other things that are going on, and we have to make sure that when residents are reaching out, that we're doing the work of this community. So with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Mean to put us together in the same screen. That was a teamwork. Yes, all right. Listen, yes. First of all, to the residents of Paterson, if you go through 20 Avenue, you're going to see the first speed humps installed in the city of Paterson. Tomorrow, the Mayor Wu announced a press conference about how we're going to move forward in the entire city and how that's going to be productive in our city. You know, a lot of people ask me which COVID-19 vaccine is the best. We got Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. Let me say this. The best one is the first one that you get. That's the best one. Please motivate yourself to get vaccinated. Go out, make the appointment to St. Joseph, through our city, through anyone out there to the state. The best vaccine is the one that you take first, because that will prevent a lot of things and save life and move forward and try to curb and eliminate the pandemic out of our city. I know it's been tough weeks, and we're going to move forward. The residents of the Fifth Ward, and in the city, because when I'm on this side, I try to address everyone. Spring started. So let's take serious spring. Let's start doing spring cleaning. Let's clean the front of your house, back, forth. Let's put a hand in our city. Let's beautify our houses. Let's beautify our sidewalks. Let's try to cooperate with this cleanliness in the city of Paterson. So saying that, it's been a long night. I want to close it before 12 midnight, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we're closing the regular meeting.
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Regular meeting of March 23rd, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone, and thank you so very much.